ที่จริงอยากให้ oh, sorry
I think we just have to wait for one person, but that's okay. Let me show you my cupping spoon. Cupping spoon number one. This is what I think is a cupping spoon. Let me see. Spotlight. Here. Big cupping spoon.
This is yeah, the soup spoon. Yeah.
It's a soup spoon, but it has a blue bottle logo. Wow, so cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh, blue bottle.
Nice.
Logo, nah?
Uh-huh.
But it's a traditional British, English, Japanese soup spoon.
Yeah.
So you can put your Mr. Kamson logo or Todd logo and it will make it wow. That is one. The next one is that is I think like $10 from America. And this is I think Rhino brand. It's another cupping spoon. They have some scanning like up there. See? And that's just a normal basic cupping spoon. Next. Yeah, I have a lot of that. Some people give me this one from another training academy, global coffee.
Not academy.
You can put
You are
your name on it. See, we have very fancy cupping spoon, huh? Then we have a normal spoon. No, someone just give it to me. Normal, very flat, like very little, very thin. And the latest one. Full color. And
Photocopy of passport, photocopy of passport and the work permit, and yes.
Starbucks.
Oh yeah. Okay, just photocopy. So I need to copy all of this.
not cupping spoon, it's a dessert spoon. มันเป็นช้อนของกินขนมหวาน Starbucks. It comes in
can I take a picture and then send it and share those? Or do I have to make?
อันนี้ก็ very nice ตรงที่ว่า is like they use very little. I use very little, but so little. น้อยมากเลยใส่น้อยมากเลยแบบ
Yeah.
But it's just enough. I have like here. I want to send it to you a lot. So when I want to find my cupping spoon today, and something come out.
Wow.
My cupping
Oh, wow. Yeah, because I'm in the shop right now.
So that is one way to do it. So cupping spoon is very simple, and you should not worry too much on what it's supposed to look like. Because for me, this one will be a lot of water, and it's very hot. It keeps very hot. So if it's hot, what happens is it will burn my lip sometimes. Like when you touch it, it's burn your lip. So that have to be careful. And some like the small version of this guy, it doesn't burn. It's very little. It doesn't retain so much heat. I don't know what's the material made from. So I think it's just spoon. I have the big spoon, but I didn't bring it. But any spoon, But the important thing on cupping today with new normal is to use like a safety protocol. For example, we use 2 cupping spoons. One on the right, just to put whatever in the cup. Put on your left, slurp. Right, pick it up. Left, slurp. However, this protocol make it harder to confirm uniformities because sometimes in the uniformity there are some other defects, and you know this spoon put the cup number 1, taste it, you rinse this one, you pick from cup number 2, you taste them, it tastes almost the same. Rinse it, lang, dry, cup number 3, put on your lip, slurp. The interesting what you are seeing at the moment is you see that the right hand is being clean all the time. It's always clean on the right. But the left spoon, the one on the left, is always with me So if the first cup is contaminated, then the second cup, I don't know, is contaminated, the defect from the first cup number 1 or cup number 2 or cup number 3, okay? Because there is, you know, maybe there is some stain that this defect was stuck on the left spoon. So that is the new issue that we have with the new cupping protocol. Some trainer would say, oh, okay, instead of using cupping spoon, using a cup, a paper cup, you just put in a paper cup to do that, right? That is also a problem. Same, there would be some remaining coffee in that cups that make the coffee contaminated, and that would result in a problem as well with defect or contamination or something else. That is the new issue, but I still prefer this new issue than the previous cupping before COVID. Before COVID, to do cupping is, you see how they cup, right? It's so not sanitary. It's like, I don't like it. That's why I only training and become Q grader during COVID, because everybody is so afraid, just like me, you know. It's much cleaner, much more sanitary, and much safer. So that is one of the things that you have to consider, especially if you have kids at home, and any cross-contamination would be a problem as well. So really hard for me to go to a public cupping. ยากมาก Okay ครับ Okay, so today, as I promised, we would go through very fast on green coffee because we have a session left on green coffee. Any question from yesterday? Yesterday, Mr. Kamson already unboxed all the equipments. Not totally, but already checked everything is there. Everything has arrived perfectly. The books that you guys can share with each others and the equipment that we need is all arrived in perfect conditions. Everything arrived very good. อันนี้แต่ก็ต้องขอขอบคุณเนาะ thank you. The one that helped me arrange this transportation I haven't mentioned is Lao Coffee. One of our students I trained him to be the trainer is from Lao Coffee Thailand, and he is helping us arranging all this equipment to go to Champasak. Otherwise I would have no way to get there in time and to make sure that it doesn't get stuck at their custom or something else. That's it. So next. Right now we will talk about coffee farming very fast. Everything already, you know, everybody already know about it, but I will make it very fast. So the foundation level, we talk about who are the owner of this farm. Majority of them is family member, like just homeowner, like home, เขาเรียกว่าอะไร ชาวบ้าน just the local farmer. They are smallholder, just ชาวบ้านเลยนะครับ. That is the majority of the world. It is really like, even though you see, okay, Paksong, Highland is a big farm, but it's just one farm. When you compare it to the majority of the mountain where it is being owned by smallholder. So it's also important to learn that when we talk about smallholder, who are the smallholder? Usually they are family members. Close a few program. Second. Farm size. Average farm size from the largest to the smallest in terms of hectare. Brazil, if you're talking about farm size, Brazil has a huge one. I went to Paksong, Highland, and I saw one of the one of the picking truck, right? That truck they used to collect the coffee cherry when it's ripe. And over there, they said they only have one machine, just that one truck to collect. However, and then they say, is one machine enough? They say, yeah, one machine is plenty. So I'm like, how is it enough? They say, it's more than enough. But in Brazil, if you look at a lot of Brazil, there are like in Brazil there are 10 truck ใครเคยไปที่ปากซองแล้วเห็นรถเก็บกาแฟบ้างนะ Anyone who went to Pak Song Highland and see the truck before? Todd seen it?
I have seen them, but usually they are parking at the next to the farm, and then they use they hire the labor, human labor to harvest more than the. I see usually that the harvester, coffee harvester that they used to demonstrate the other days, only parking next to the farm. Usually they hire the labor to harvest by hand.
Well, I'll tell you something. I was there. I was really lucky to see they do it at Lao and to see how the machine worked, and it was very amazing. And they said that their Pak Song area is 6,000 rai, 6,000 rai or 6,000 acre. I'm not sure, but it's huge. What I'm trying to say is they say with that area, with this huge space of 6,000 rai, they said one machine is enough. One machine is enough for 6,000 rai. So that is when I look at that number, and then when I see Brazil or Colombia, they have like 10 of the machine like lining up collecting this coffee. So I think they must have 6,000 times 10 at least. It'd be 60,000 right as a farm in Brazil. That's how big Brazil is. Okay, it's huge, and they can organize everything very nicely.
I have asked them why they don't use the machine, right? So the main problem that they cannot make the cherry ripen at the same time, right?
Okay.
It's hard to what they intend to use apply the hormone to stimulate the cherry to ripen at the same time, so the machine can harvest, but that's not successful yet, right? That's why they use the label, so they can pick the ripened cherry better, selective, right?
Yeah. So that is one way to make everything ripe. That is why when we collect with just the machine, sometimes you get a very red and sometimes you get a rotten one, because to make sure that all is ripe, some are rotten already. So sometimes it's a trade-off. However, in Brazil, they are successfully to make all the coffee bloom at the same time. We call mass blooming. And that mass blooming is happening by you having a very dry period, and then suddenly you boom with the water. When that happens, you have a mass blooming, and mass blooming would, I don't know, with a lot of water. Sometimes they use forced irrigation, just do irrigation, just give water to the tree. And then that will help them make all the coffee ripe at the same time. But to have them ripe at the same time, that means you need to fertilize them enough to make sure that every tree get every nutrition it needs to continue that ripening from green to red. Otherwise, you get mass blooming, you get them turning to green cherry, but the fertilizer or the nutrition in the soil is not enough. It's just from green to rotten, it doesn't turn red. So that is something that they have to consider about farming, which is a big thing as well.
But we are not talking about quality, Hachan. In this case, we are not talking about coffee quality, right?
Quality also important. We can use machine to get coffee quality. For example, if we go to Brazil, they collect everything, the cherry, right? They collect the cherry, red and ripen, and then there is another machine that they will
Sorting, right?
Yeah, sorting it again. Maybe
that's a big investment, yeah. But in terms of shade, for example, I don't think there are a lot of shade models in the growing systems.
I think this a problem of the shortage of the labor. That's why they apply the machine for
machine.
Yeah.
Machine is very good if you can operate them nicely, but yeah, natural is natural. We cannot control them to ripe at the same time. That is one of the reason I think we have in Pak Song. However, Brazil, they successfully understand how to force them to ripe at the same time. We get some earphone.
May I contribute?
Mhm.
Actually,
please.
for my recent visit Pak Song, Highland,
Yeah.
I talked to farm manager and also the manager that they are using both by labor, as Sankam mentioned, but that mainly for the first round and second round of picking. And
Exactly.
for the last round
You use human.
of picking, they use machine.
Oh,
Yes, because you know, the labor, how to say, effectiveness for the last round of the picking, that's very low if you do a sort of selective picking. So that's why they use the machine. How to say, laser sorting, to how to say, to make, to improve the quality of the coffee for, after harvesting. Something like that. When I talk to them.
Maybe that the sanitary harvest you are mentioning comes on.
And also they want to make sure that no cherry remain on the tree, and that can can affect to the next round, the disease or something for them. That's what I talked to them for my recent trip.
It's really reverse from another point of view, is that, okay, for example, we usually let the tree ripe at the same time when they get mass blooming. When you get mass blooming, all the tree ripen in flower, all the flower get into green and red at the same time. And from there, when they are red at the same time, they use the machine, because when it red and ripen, the machine is the stem is easier to pull it off from the cherry. So the machine, you just shake a little bit work and you get the red and the ripened coffee. However, later on, some coffee that are still green and stuck on the tree, usually they would use stripping technique by using the farmers go and just strip from the tree, just strip them to make sure that there are no green, there are no any cherry left on the tree or on the branch anymore, or anything left around the tree, because this unripened coffee or overripened that is remaining on the tree branch will be the source of food for insect, will be the sort of pest, will be the sort of any bacteria or fungus that could affect the entire farm. So usually the last round, they use human from what we learned, just to strip everything out. But I'm sure there could be difference at the moment, because if in Laos you cannot do mass blooming, you cannot induce mass blooming. If you cannot induce mass blooming, that means you need to have human at the beginning and you can use machine later on at the end. You can I think it's vice versa. It's okay.
Yeah, that's from the technical standpoint. But in Laos, because the harvesting, the rush Laos of harvesting Arabica, sometimes it's overlapping with the starting harvesting of Robusta. That's why to find the labor, that's another, how to say, difficult, another issue for the big company, for the big plantation. Maybe that reason is more, labor, how to say, shortage for the big company. And recently, maybe due to the COVID also, because I took this year example, they have some limitation of the labor and overlap between the harvesting time of Arabica and starting of harvesting of Robusta. Maybe that's another factor.
Okay, so that is just labor shortage is one of the problems that would increase coffee price as well. and also controlling your coffee quality as well นะครับขอบคุณครับผม we will continue to the next topic second so go so Brazil if in terms of size okay usually we compare the coffee by farm size and Brazil same number one producer in the world get the largest one however Vietnam the second largest or now it's Colombia had the largest farm size followed up by Brazil and then India and then Ethiopia so this is the size difference okay and then we have to learn about how do they live and this plant management was already covered in foundation that usually when you have a land you can either lease rent or you know that's how they control the cost and like I went to an area in some area in Thailand they just like okay I have 10 light I have 100 light just pay me how much whatever this month and you can do whatever with the right okay you can do whatever with the entire area that you have that is one way to do it but all this is really would be affecting the cost and the price of the coffee at the end as well to do the coffee farm usually it take another 2 to 3 year minimum to produce commercial value it take a long time to get coffee to produce a good and reliable yield because to the first 3 years you get a flower yes you will get first flower but that first flower does not mean that your tree are ready to continue to produce like fully because some of the nutrition still need to be shared to your tree to the trunk to the roots and everything else right so that is what happened to their first 3 years so usually on the second crop or the third crop which is on the 4th year and the 5th years usually have a better like a viable commercial yield where it's become more consistent afterward นะครับผมอันนี้ไม่แน่ใจ I'm not sure if this consists with what happening in Lao at the farming มีไหมครับใครมีฟาร์มใครมีไร่กาแฟบ้าง
most of Lao coffee is from smallholder farmers who now have much better capacity to grow quality coffee, but the problem is the incentive, the lack of incentive price. So they won't spend much time, labor, techniques if the final price is not guaranteed to be higher. And in terms of duration, before the first yields are significant, as only few of them have access to credit to purchase some agricultural inputs such as fertilizers. They rely on self-prepared organic fertilization, or in some cases, and mostly the new planted areas, they don't fertilize at all, which is a big issue.
To make them organic
will make the start of the yield differ depending on these factors.
เฮียโอปรเมศเด้เพิ่นกำลังเฮ็ดฟาร์มกาแฟอยู่เดี๋ยวนี้นะเฮ็ดสวนกาแฟใหญ่
ไปด้วย
เป็นไงครับ
ครับก็คำถามว่าอะไรนะครับ
คำถามว่าตอนนี้ที่ปลูกกาแฟอยู่เราโดยหลักการโดยหนังสือเขาบอกอย่างเราต้องรอ 2-3 ปีกว่าจะได้ผลผลิตที่นิ่งและมั่นคงทีนี้แต่คำว่าเนี่ยเท่าที่เราเรียนรู้ 2-3 ปีต้นไม้มันยังไม่สมบูรณ์เต็มที่นะครับต้นไม้ยังมันโตแล้วมันออกดอกได้แต่มันยังไม่ได้สมบูรณ์ถูกไหมกว่าต้นไม้มันจะแบบรากมันจะลึกลงไปสุดๆก็น่าจะประมาณ5 ปีถูกไหม5-6 ปีแล้วก็กว่ากิ่งก้านใบมันจะโตได้เต็มที่ก็จะประมาณอีกสักพักหนึ่งมันก็เลยเป็นโดยหลักการในหนังสือที่บอก 2-3 ปีเนี่ยคุณได้ viable yield แล้วคุณได้ production yield ที่โอเคแต่ในชีวิตจริงที่เราได้เรียนรู้มาคือมันจะต้องรออีก2 crop หลังจาก first crop 2-3 crop หลังจาก first crop เพื่อให้ได้ผลผลิตที่ค่อนข้างจะดีกว่าและเป็นตัวเลขที่ชัดเจนอันนี้เห็นพี่กำลังปลูกอยู่กี่ปีแล้วครับผมแล้วเป็นยังไงบ้าง
เพิ่งปลูกได้ปีเดียวครับเป็นมันจะมีตอนนี้มันมี3 สวนแรกเนี่ยปลูกหลายสายพันธุ์เลยครับเป็นการทดลองครับมีเกอิชากาติมอร์คาทูล่าแล้วก็มีทิปิก้าของเวียดนามครับ THA1 นะครับที่ ก็ที่ปรึกษาเนี่ยเขาเป็นคนเวียดนามนะครับที่คุกคี
ครับ
อยู่บนปากซองไอแลนด์เนี่ย20 กว่าปีแล้วครับก็เป็นเป็นคนเวียดนามผมก็แกช่วยเป็นที่ปรึกษาให้นะครับส่วนที่2เนี่ยเป็น THA1 หมดเลย2 เฮกตาร์แล้วก็ส่วนที่3เนี่ยปลูกคาติมอร์เป็นคอมเมอร์เชียลครับเพิ่งลงนะครับเพิ่งลงที่พิก้า THA1 เนี่ยส่วนที่2ปลูก2 เฮกตาร์แล้วก็อีก3 เฮกตาร์ปลูกคาติมอร์นี่เพิ่งลงเลยครับกำลังจะลงปีนี้ครับผมแต่ว่าปีที่แล้วเนี่ยผมปลูก4-5 สายพันธุ์ในสวนเดียว2 เฮกตาร์ครับประมาณ12 ไร่
ครับแล้วตอนนี้คือบอกคำว่าเพิ่งปลูกนี่คือต้นยังเป็นต้นกล้าอยู่หรือแบบโตขึ้นมา
ไม่ครับต้นจาว่าเนี่ยตอนที่เราเอาลงหลุมเนี่ยต้นกล้าเนี่ยเกือบปีแล้วครับตอนนี้จาว่าเนี่ยออกดอกแล้วครับผมจาว่าออกดอกแล้วเกชาเนี่ยต้นกล้า6ตอนลงเนี่ยต้นกล้า6 เดือนก็ตอนนี้เกชาบางต้นนี่เห็นดอกแล้วครับผมแต่ก็ตอนนี้ก็ถือว่ายังเป็นมือใหม่ครับเรียนรู้เรื่องดูแลรักษาเรียนรู้เรื่องการบำรุงรักษาเขานะครับก็มีหลายๆโรคที่เกิดขึ้นในระยะ1 ปีครับผม
แล้วต้นมันดูสมบูรณ์พอแล้วเลยคือมันออกดอกแล้วแหละคือตอนประเด็นคือตอนนี้มันออกดอกถ้าออกดอกได้มันจะกลายเป็นผลได้ถูกไหมแต่พี่คิดว่ามันสมบูรณ์แล้วหรือยังมัน100%ต้นเนี่ย
ยังไม่สมบูรณ์
เนาะ
มันยังไม่สมบูรณ์ครับแม้กระทั่งกว่าจะเอามาทำโปรเซสเนี่ยก็คงต้องปีที่5นู่นแหละครับแต่ว่าโอเคถ้าเกิดสมมุติว่าเข้าปีที่3เนี่ยถ้าเกิดทางที่ปรึกษาเขาจะเอาไปขยายพันธุ์เนี่ยเพราะว่าเกชาเนี่ยจริงๆผมขอไป500ผมได้มาแค่240 ต้นครับก็เขาก็ยังมีคนต้องการที่จะเอาไปขยายพันธุ์ก็ถ้าเมล็ดออกมาแล้วก็เข้าปีที่3เขาถึงจะเริ่มเอาไปขยายพันธุ์นะครับ
ดีครับเพราะว่าอย่างที่บอกมันต้องรอต้นเขาให้นิ่งจริงๆซะก่อน
ใช่ครับ
ให้สมบูรณ์ก่อนนะครับ
ครับผม
แล้วคิดว่าใน1 ต้นจะได้กาแฟเชอร์รี่กี่กิโล
อันนี้
มันต้องคำนวณมาแล้วคือเดี๋ยวมันจะมีตัวเลขที่เราคุยกันในสไลด์แหละแต่ในเมื่อพี่เริ่มที่จะเริ่มทำกาแฟมันต้องมีตัวเลขคร่าวๆว่าโอเคผมลงเกชาไป200 ต้นผมลงแคทมอลไป500 ต้นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยไอ้จำนวนต้นมันก็ต้องแปลงเป็นจำนวนที่ว่ามันจะรีเทิร์นให้เราต้นละกี่กิโลคร่าว
ๆคือตอนนี้เนี่ยตัวสวนที่เป็นสวนที่มีหลายสายพันธุ์เนี่ยจะปลูกในเชิงแบบก็ไม่ออร์แกนิก100ครับผมแต่ว่าคือเราก็ไม่ได้แบบอัดปุ๋ยเคมีหนักมากนะครับแต่ว่าถ้าเป็นคาติมอร์เนี่ยสวนที่เราทำเป็นคอมเมอร์เชียลเนี่ยสวนล่าสุดเนี่ยคือเราอัดปุ๋ยตามสูตรเวียดนามเลยครับเขาบอกว่าเฮกตาร์หนึ่งเขาทำได้ประมาณ10-15 ตันครับผม6 ไร่เนี่ยทำได้10-15 ตันเชอร์รี่นะครับ
6 ไร่ได้15 ตัน
10-15 ตันนะครับก็แล้วแต่
เรื่องของ12 ไร่ละ2 ตัน
ใช่โดยประมาณครับผมแต่นี่คือใส่ปุ๋ยทุก2 เดือนครับผมฉีดยาแล้วก็ใส่ปุ๋ยน้ำกับยาฆ่าแมลงเนี่ยใส่ปนกันเลยครับ2 เดือนทำปีละ3 ครั้งครับ
เดี๋ยวผมจะหาตัวเลขมาให้
อันนี้ส่วนเวียดนามนะครับผมก็แบบเชื่อคือผมยังไม่มีความรู้มากนะครับก็เชื่อที่ปรึกษาแบบสนิทใจเลยครับ
1 ไร่เท่ากับ2 ตันทีนี้1 ไร่เขาคำนวณมาว่าใส่ไปได้กี่ต้นบางที่บอก400 ต้นบางที่200 ต้น
ก็แล้วแต่ระยะห่างครับแล้วแต่สวนอย่างผมดูปากซองไฮแลนด์เนี่ยเขาเว้นที่ไว้3 เมตรเพื่อที่จะให้รถฉีดยาเข้าได้นะครับแต่ของสวนเรานี่ใช้คนหมดครับก็ของผมรู้สึกว่าไร่หนึ่งจะได้3นะจะได้3แต่ว่าเราคำนวณเป็นเฮกตาร์แล้วทีนี้เราทำล็อกไว้เยอะมากนะครับไอตัวสวนที่มันมีหลายสายพันธุ์เนี่ยก็เลยแบบไม่แน่ใจยังไม่ได้คำนวณครับแต่ว่า2 เฮกตาร์นะผมปลูกไปยังมีที่ว่างอยู่ผมปลูกไป 3,000 กว่าต้นครับผมเต็มที่น่าจะได้ 5,000 เฮกตาร์ละ 2,500 ครับถ้าปลูกเต็มพื้นที่ครับ
โอเค2 เฮกตาร์ 6,000 ต้น ใช่ไหมเมื่อกี้ผมก็
5,000 ครับผม
2 เฮกตาร์ 5,000 ต้น
ครับผม
โอเคชมครับเดี๋ยวจะมาลองดูไปเรื่อยๆเพราะมันเป็นเรื่องของการลงทุนของการปลูกกาแฟนะครับผมขอบคุณครับถ้างั้นเดี๋ยวผมจะรออีก3 ปีมาลองดูว่าพี่จะได้ 12 ตันไหมลองดู
ได้ครับ
มันอาจจะต้องได้มากกว่านั้นแหละ
ต้องเป็นสวนที่เราทำคาติมอเป็นคอมเมอร์เชียลนะครับ คือแบบสวนนี้คือทำเพื่อที่จะได้ผลิตผลเลยครับ
ใช่มันต้องเป็นตัวเลี้ยงมันต้องมีอินคัมที่มันจะมาเลี้ยงซัพพอร์ตพวกเกชาหรือสายพันธุ์อื่นๆต่างๆที่เรา mix variety เข้าไปอีกตรงนั้นต้องใช้เงินอีกเยอะ บอกไว้ก่อน
ใช่ครับผม
ขอบคุณครับผม
พอดี
May I share some
โอเคให้ตอนก่อนโอเค
could you allow me to share the screen คุณนัท
ได้
some photo
ทำไงอ่ะผมต้องไม่ให้พี่เป็นอะไร allow to
just allow participant on the security you allow participant to share the screen
share screen multiple
I have 2 photos to show you
โอเค
and share with the team
ลองดูแล้วก็
oh yeah it's working now
โอเคครับ
okay do you see
ใช่ตรงนี้ที่ผมเห็นพี่ปลูกอะไรสักอย่าง
do you see my screen now
yep
yeah I really found a solution in Pak Song you see both picture here 2 picture here
ครับเห็น2 รูปเลย
yeah because first that I will share with you about pruning this one the example of the pruning
ครับ
but this photo I would say that is the vertical farming and intercropping
okay
the coffee is here you see the row of the coffees here and mainly katimor and then we have avocado and macadamia nut here you know for the shading and then you know you see similar to the net this chayote you know is the
chayote น้อยหนา
chayote นะมะละแมวใช่ไหมมะละหวานใช่ไหมยอดthis in Pak Song and also respond to the question from Serena yesterday also on the intercropping and then also to the Kim that about the income actually the productivity of the coffee here he got about 20 tons of cherry per hectare it's very high you see he do pruning this according to Vietnamese you know technique also but he modified a little bit because he took out on the how to say on the leaf or the secondary or tertiary near the man staple this to allow the light go down to the bottom that's to prevent the disease and then he tried to maintain but talking about fertilizer he used only organic and he used not for coffee not for avocado not for macadamia he used mainly for chayote because chayote need the sort of you know good fertilizer to produce and he collect chayote every second day and that's provide the man income to him because the young chayote is cost around 5,000 to 10,000 kip per kg at the farm gate price so this is I think that another module of the coffee farming and Of course, that if
Intercrop,
someone
intercrop.
in or Kun Oramet, if you want to visit, I would.
I want to visit.
Yeah,
Invite meด้วย
yeah. It's in Pak Song.
น่าสนใจไอ้น่าสนใจ
Yeah.
อยากไปไอ้
On the crops here belong to nitrogen fixing. Chayote also nitrogen fixing. Macadamia, avocado also.
Chayote is not really. I think it's somehow, yeah, but it's nitrogen friendly wire. It's a wire. It's I don't know if they call chayote. It's อันนั้นฟักแมวนะอาจารย์นัดผมก็เจออย่าง sometimes English name is Christopher something like that ฟักแมวมันมักฟักแมว
ครับได้ครับไม่แต่ที่ผมอยากจะรู้ก็คือที่มันเป็นเส้นเป็นตารางมันเป็นยังไงมันคืออะไรครับที่มีรูป
เพราะว่าเขาจะทำ
มันเป็นสแลนเหรอ
เน็ตเพราะว่าให้เครือชาโยตินะเครือผักแมวนี่
ก็ดึงตะข่ายลวดครับอาจารย์ดึงลวดเพื่อเป็นตัว
เลยเนาะ
ใช่
มีรูปตัวฟักแมวด้วยไหมครับที่ถ่ายใกล้ๆกันตรงตะข่ายนั้น
มีเดียวผมโชว์
เห็นคำสอนลงเฟซก็เลยอยากจะถามอันนี้พอดี
ภาษาลาวเขาว่ายังภาษาโยเตะหรือว่าภาษาลาวอันน่ะ
ภาษาโอ้ยการ
มักซูมักเซเวอร์วะ
คริสโตฟินวะ
คริสโตเฟอร์แมนภาษาอังกฤษว่าคริสโตเฟอร์
Thompson, do you know the period of foliation of the maxun, the chayote? Because if the leaves fall down at the dry hot season, it means that it will accelerate the ripening of the cherries, which is very bad for the quality.
What your question?
Because the leaves of the chayote of this vegetable they are caduc actually. They don't stay all year long, right? But if they fall down at the end of the cold dry season, it means that the very strong sunlight, let's say at the beginning of the year, will accelerate the ripening process of the cherry, which is not good. And the objective of the shade actually is mostly to extend as long as possible the ripening period to concentrate the glucose and so on in the cherry.
Not really, because this I took from Pak Song. Chayote dry up for 3 months only. Okay, and if you see that there is another leaven of the tree, you see macadamia nut and avocado tree. That macadamia nut, the leaves will stay there even during the dry season, and avocado also, because the moisture in Pak Song is keeping this leaven, the highest leaven of the tree, avocado and macadamia still, not dry up. Yeah. And if you look at the net itself, that also remains some dry, and that's also to maintain small shade for the coffee. And the dry up time of chayote in Pak Song in this area is between January to March. Yeah. And that's already after harvesting of Katimor.
Yes, but it's between the blossoming and the fruiting actually. So
the blossom starting, January, February, and March, depends on the rainy season. Yeah. And that's during the time that the chayote dry up and they get the sun, proper sun.
Right. So the farmer has to densify the other shade trees, avocado, macadamia needs to be...
avocado, you see avocado, macadamia, and some spacing there. And I would recommend to go and studying, and even I recommend to Alive Plus and Clean Project USDA to go and take a sort of documentation of this system. And
very,
also,
very good idea.
maybe we can join with the CRAP to do a sort of on farm
มัน
research
อยู่ที่ไหนอ่ะ Where is
ที่
it
ปากช่อง
ปากช่อง
เป็นส่วนของน้องทรายผมเองนะ
เอาเหรอเดี๋ยวเปิดให้หน่อยผมให้อาจารย์ตั้มมาช่วยดูเพราะว่าอาจารย์ตั้มก็มีไร่กาแฟแล้วก็แกก็ปลูกส่วนใหญ่ในที่ไทยขายปลูกอะไรกันอันเนี้ยที่มันเป็นตารางเลยครับ
You see the density of avocado macadamia is very low now.
Yeah, because he try to experiment.
เป็นไร่กาแฟ
Yeah, this quite impressive. Maybe Sam come from the agronomy, from agroforestry, he can share because he was there also.
เป็นตารางเนี่ยผมมานั่งดูใกล้ๆ
ตารางนี่เป็นเน็ตเป็น
ตะข่ายมุงลวดครับอาจารย์เขาจะดึงลวดเพื่อเป็นไอตัวพยุงเครือของเครือฝักแมวอะครับ
แล้วเขาขึงยังไงอ่ะคือมันต้องมีมัน
จะมีเสาไม้ที่เขาทำครับขึ้นไปแล้วก็ดึงเสาไม้2 เมตรแล้วก็ดึงเลยครับ
เพราะว่าเสาก็ต้องแข็งแรงต้องมีเสาทุกๆ2 เมตรเหรอ
ไม่ใช่ไอ้รวงสูง2 เมตรน่ะแต่ว่าเขาขึงนี่น่าจะ
ตรงนี้
4 คูณ 2 เมตร
ต้นไม้โตขึ้นไงผมชอบมากเลยตรงรูปภาพด้านซ้ายก็น่าสนใจตรงที่ว่าคือถ้าเกิดปลูกกาแฟคนทั่วไปก็จะแบบให้กาแฟมันลอยขึ้นเนาะอันนี้เป็นกาแฟลงมาเหมือนไวน์เวลาเขาปลูกไวน์
อันนี้ใช่ตัวรูปซ้ายนี้วิธีเขาทำ pruning เขาจะมีเทคนิคของเขาด้วยเขา pruning ด้วยมือนะหักกิ่งที่มันจะไม่ออกดอกหรือว่าไม่มีผลประโยชน์อะไรเขาจะใช้มือหักออกแล้วก็ทำให้มันเป็นรูปแบบนี้แต่น่าทึ่งครับอาจารย์วิธีเขาทำเนี่ยเขา pruning นี่เป็นอีกเทคนิคหนึ่งที่เขาบอกว่ามันจะได้ผลผลิต3 เท่ากับที่ต้นที่ไม่ทำ pruning แบบนี้ครับ
pruning มันได้เยอะกว่าแน่นอนแต่ถามว่าทำไมต้องใช้มือ
เทคนิคตัวนี้มันการเด็ดยอดนะเด็ดยอดบ่แม่นมันเป็นเทคนิค
บ่แม่นเด็ดยอดไอ้บอนคือเราจะใช้มือคือเขาใช้มือนี่มันจะเร็วกว่าใช้ไอ้กรรไกรตัดกิ่งอะครับใช้มือมันจะได้เร็วกว่า
ใช้มือเร็วกว่า
เร็วกว่า
I think this pruning technique is called in English it should be head removing. It's to avoid the tree to grow too fast, so it is more economic for the farmer to pick.
คือเขาใช้มือนี่เวลาหักกิ่งที่ไม่เป็นประโยชน์ออกนะเขาจะหักให้มันจำให้มันออกทั้งหมดทั้งกิ่งเลยเพื่อเขาเรียกว่าผมอ่านเทคนิคนี่คือเอาไอ้โชลเดอร์ของกิ่งออก
เป็นเทคนิคของเวียดนามเขาบอกว่าเขาเรียนจากเซียวซานเวียดนาม
ตัวนี้ก็เห็นตะดนแล้วอยู่
แต่ว่าเขา modify
saying something เดี๋ยวเมื่อกี้ Kim were saying something can you say it again
Yeah, thank you. This technique is called head removing. I don't know the exact word in English.
Head removing?
From the French, it's étété, meaning that you avoid the tree to grow too high, so it will become more easier to pick the cherries.
Exactly.
But the fact is that most of coffee in the Boloven remains Katimor, which is one of the dwarf variety, and it was selected. At that time, because the farmers found it more convenient for the harvest and the maintenance as well.
Yes, the two main reason. That's exactly as Kim said. From agronomy standpoint, that's to increase the productivity, by pruning. This one of the pruning technique.
Topping.
And the second, that the main reason is because of labor. And in Vietnam, he said that in Vietnamese farm they have a higher, but in his farm he reduced because he take into account that the physiology of Lao farmer, that's they are shorter, so he reduced to
1.8 meter. No, 1.8 meters.
1.8 meter only. That's easy for for picking and for pruning also.
นี่อาจารย์ผมจะอธิบายทำไมเขาใช้นิ้วนะใช้มือเพราะว่าเวลาเขาลิกิ่งเขาเรียกเขาจะหักกิ่งที่ออกที่จะทิ้งไปนะครับเขาต้องหักไปให้มันสุดกิ่งเลยเพราะว่าเทคนิคนี้นะผมเคยไปที่เยอรมันนะเขาก็บอกว่าเวลาลิกิ่งออกนี่ทำให้ต้นมันเตี้ยมันต่ำนะแล้วก็ให้มันไม่รู้ตรงที่ด้านต่ำสุดของกิ่งเขาต้องลิออกเขาเรียกว่ามันโชลเดอร์ของกิ่งเพื่อให้มันไปสุดในกิ่งเลยเพื่อไม่ให้มันมีส้นของกิ่งที่ตัดออกถ้าใช้กรรไกรตัดใช่ไหมมันจะมีส้นอยู่ติดกับกิ่งที่ใหญ่แต่ว่าเวลาเขาใช้นิ้วดึงออกนี่มันจะตรงสุดของกิ่งนะมันจะหลุดออกด้วยคือมันเป็นโชลเดอร์ของตรงนี้ต้องเอาออกด้วยเพื่อให้มันต้นมันเตี้ยแล้วก็ลักษณะของกิ่งมันจะเห็นเป็นหลุมอยู่ใช่ไหมตรงที่ลิกิ่งออกที่หักกิ่งออกครับเพื่อให้ต้นมันเตี้ยผมไม่รู้จะอธิบายภาษาอังกฤษยังไงแบบนี้ครับมันเป็นอีกเทคนิคหนึ่งครับ
ขอบคุณครับผมอันนี้ก็เป็นเรื่องที่น่าสนใจคือเมื่อต้นปีจริงๆไปไล่กาแฟอาจารย์ตั้มอยู่เนี่ยเดี๋ยวจะแชร์วิดีโอกำลังทำอยู่ under production อยู่ฟาร์มอาจารย์ตั้มน่าเที่ยวมากเลยมีไก่มีเป็ดมีกะเพรามีไข่ แกเลี้ยงกะเพรากับไก่แบบเพื่อไก่มันจะมีกลิ่นกะเพราตั้งแต่อยู่ในไก่แล้วไข่อาจารย์ตั้มอยู่นี่นะหันกล้องไปก็ได้เลยแกอยู่อย่างเงี้ยแหละแกก็นั่งอยู่กับเราทุกวันนะครับไม่แต่คือเวลาผมไปคือเราเนื่องจากผมเปิดร้านกาแฟอยู่แต่ปลายน้ำเนาะเราเห็นพี่เขาเดินไปปุ๊บเขาก็จะเดินไปหักกิ่งทำอะไรผมก็ไม่รู้คือก็สงสัยเรื่องการหักกิ่งแต่ว่าอีกคนนึงก็จะใช้มีดฟันผมก็เลยไม่รู้ว่ามันจะมี2แบบเนาะก็เลยเรื่องของตาแต่ผมชอบรูปด้านซ้ายตรงที่ว่ามันนึกถึงตอนที่ท็อปปิ้งเนาะเห็นคิมผู้ใช้คำว่าท็อปปิ้งซึ่งมันเป็นเทคนิคที่เราเรียนตอนสมัยเรียนเขาให้ปลูกไวน์เวลาเขาปลูกไวน์มันจะต้นสูงเขาก็ทำให้มันกลายเป็นแนวนอนก็ได้เป็นกาวยาร์ดอะไรเงี้ยยาร์ดยาวๆเหมือนกันแต่เห็นมะระแล้วก็น่ากินนะครับ เนี่ยอยากจะไปดูไว้ตรงมะระนี่แหละคือมันเป็นคืออยากจะดูวิธีการขึงให้มันเรียบร้อยคือประเด็นคือผมว่าขึงได้แต่ขึงให้มันเรียบร้อยแล้วขึงยังไงให้มันแข็งแรงและให้มันอยู่ได้นานอันนี้มันเป็นอะไรที่เราอยากจะรู้ไงนะครับถ้าเราขึงได้แล้วแข็งแรงและอยู่ได้นานแปลว่าเราจะปลูกอะไรก็ได้มันไม่จำเป็นต้องเป็นแค่มะระขี้นกก็ได้ในไทยเขาปลูกพี่ตั้มบอกเป็นอะไรนะเสาวรสที่นั่นมีไหม passion fruit
มีเยอะเลยแต่ว่า
สาวรสเขาบอกว่าเขา
ไม่มีตลาด
ไม่เพราะว่าสาวรสต้องใส่เคมี
หรอ
ถ้าไม่ใส่เคมีนี่ทำเป็นสินค้าไม่ได้อันนี้ผมถามเขาแล้วและสาวรสระบบรากด้วยแต่อันนี้ไม่ใช่มะระขี้นกนะมะระแมวผักแมวเขาจะเอามาผัดนะที่ภาคเหนือไทยเยอะ
มะระหวานหรือเปล่าเขาเรียกทางภาคเหนือครับมะระหวาน
บผักแมวอะไร
เขาเอิ้นฝักแมวแม่นฝักแมว
ปักสู้
บ
ภาษาไทยอาจารย์มันมาเอิ้นภาษาไทย
และผักแมวนี่เขาปลูกทีเดียวนะ
จะ
กุ้มอยู่ประมาณ5 ปี
หมายถึงตัวมะระเนี่ยนะ ไอตัวเนี้ยนะครับ คือเขาตัดสินแล้วใช่ไหมจะเป็นมาระดีที่สุดอย่างอื่นไม่โอเค
มันเกี่ยวกับ
สับปะรดเขาบอกว่า
อาจารย์
ไม่เอา เพราะว่าสับปะรดนี่มันจะไม่เข้ากับกาแฟเขาทดลองหลายอันนะผมก็เลยโอ้ไปกับ
เข้ากับกาแฟคือด้านปุ๋ยอยู่ด้านอะไร
ตื่นเนาะเห็นแต่หลายคนว่าในทฤษฎีแต่เขาไปเห็นตัวจริงเขาเห็นตัวสุดยอด
ข้อถามเนี่ยนะท่านผู้ชมมักสรุปนี่นะมักกันนะมักเสเวอร์นี่จะอยู่ปลูกเท่าเดียวได้3 ปีป่ะ
เพราะตามบทเรียนเราได้5 ปี
ไล่ฟักแมว
เพราะว่า
หลายคนเชื่อว่ามันเป็นพืช
มันก็เบิด
แม่นมันจะแห้งประมาณ3 เดือน
มันก็เบิดแห้ง
บ่เครือมันยังอยู่ต่อมันยังอยู่แต่ใบมันจะแห้วใบมันจะแห้งอยู่ในช่วงที่ฝนบ่น้อยแต่ว่าอันนี้สภาพของปากซองเด้อ
ครับ
เพราะว่าฝนปากซองนี่ยามแล้งอาจจะน้อยแต่ว่ามันก็กระจายเนาะแล้วว่ามีแต่3 เดือนเท่านั้นบ่ได้เก็บอันนั้นยอดแล้วก็มากเซิร์ฟเวอร์ออนไปขายมีแต่3 เดือนเท่านั้นเหลือนั่นคือว่าได้เก็บตลอด
เดี๋ยวน้องขอแซร์น้องขอแซร์นิดนึงคือในกรณียังของน้องเองเนี่ยมองว่ายังเขาเจ้าปลูกหมากเซอร์เวอร์บอกหรือหมากอย่างเนี่ยน้องว่ามันใส่แรงงานหลายในมุมมองของน้องเนาะน้องว่ามันใส่แรงงานหลายแล้วมันค่อนข้างยุ่งยากนะแต่ว่าถ้าเกิดส่วนใดที่มีแรงงานอีกก็ว่ากันไปน้องกำลังทดลองอยู่คือปีกายนี่น้องเอาพรุนเอาพลับเอาพีชมาปลูกปรากฏว่าเป็นต้นแต่เราต้องล้อเบิ่งว่ามันจะขึ้นหมากบ่รอดทุกต้นเลยอันนี้น้องก็คิดว่าถ้าเป็นไม้เมืองหนาวเนี่ยมันก็น่าสนใจถ้ามันมาจากปักซองเนาะอันนี้ก็เดี๋ยวน้องจะอัปเดตให้ฟังทุกปีนี้น้องลองสั่งเชอร์รี่มาจะลองปลูกเชอร์รี่เบิ่งเพราะว่าน้องเห็นอยู่เสียงรายเนี่ยเขาเจ้าจะมีการขายเชอร์รี่เกิดขึ้นแม้กระทั่งสวนคุณลีนะครับสวน
เชอร์รี่คือเชอร์รี่ใช่ไหมเชอร์รี่
ครับพอดีผมเห็น
นิวซีแลนด์เชอร์รี่เชอร์รี่นะ
ใช่ครับ
เพราะอยากจะรู้ว่าเชอร์รี่ไหน
เห็นสวนคุณลีเห็นสวนคุณลีเขาเอาเชอร์รี่มาขายนะครับก็เก็บเชอร์รี่มาขายผมว่าโอ้ถ้าเราสามารถปลูกเชอร์รี่บนปากซองได้เนี่ยก็น่าสนใจแล้วมันก็ถ้าหาตลาดได้เนี่ยก็คือตลาดมีอยู่แล้วแหละแต่ว่าถ้าปลูกได้เนี่ยก็น่าสนใจก็เป็นเคสสตั๊ดดี้นะครับแต่ว่าผมก็อยู่ในขั้นตอนทดลองอยู่นะครับ
ของพี่คำสอนปลูกอยู่ที่ไหนของพี่โอปลูกอยู่ที่ไหนครับ
ปากซองครับผม
ของพี่โอนี่จะอยู่ใกล้กับปากซองเนาะแต่อันนี้จะก่ายปากซองไปประมาณ23 กิโลเมตร
โดย
3 กิโลคือนิดเดียวเองป่ะ
ทั้งห้วยกองไปทางปากซองไฮแลนด์นั่นแหละ
โดย
เนาะ
แต่ถือว่าแถวน้ำตกตัดคูน้อยเนาะทอดตัดคูอะไรยังทอดน้ำตก
ผมบ่ฮู้น้ำตก
ใกล้แถวนั้นแหละเฮียโอใกล้แถวนั้น
เพราะว่าถ้าเส้า3 หลักนี่มันแถวน้ำตกตัดคู
แม่นแล้ว
ระดับความสูงก็จะอยู่ที่ประมาณพันนิด
แม่นละ1,000 กับ 80 เมตร
โดย
ฝากน้ำอีกฝากจะเป็นส่วนของดาวเฮือง
โดย
ฝากห้วยอีกฝากจะเป็นของดาวเฮือง
โดยขอแชร์เพิ่มอีกนิดนึงน้องเลือกสวนนี่วิ่งขึ้นลง4-5 รอบเพื่อที่จะหาสวนที่มีความสูงในระดับ1,200เนาะเพราะว่าสวนทำอิฐนี่ต้องการที่จะแบบเฮ็ดจังไดก็ได้ให้มีสายพันธุ์ที่จะสามารถไปแข่งไปโพสเซสแข่งกับต่างประเทศได้
แข่งเลยเหรอดี
ไม่ก็คือจริงๆก็มีการปีนี้ก็ส่งนะครับปีนี้ก็จริงๆแต่ว่าปีนี้ผมไม่ได้ส่งประกวดไม่ได้ใช้กาแฟสวนตัวเองนะครับก็มีโครงการของอะไรพันธุ์เนี่ยครับเราส่งแต่ว่าผมใช้ของภูมิหมักก้อผมใช้กาแฟภูมิหมักก้อโพเซสเป็นเยลโล่คาจูล่าส่งไปประกวดภูมิหมักก้อจะ 1,300 เมตรครับก็คัพปิ้งออกมาแล้วได้มีหมักมี่กลิ่นเขาเรียกว่าอะไรหมักมี่ภาษาไทยเรียกขนุนมีกลิ่นขนุนครับผมครับก็เพื่อที่จะ เขาจะได้เขาเอิ้นว่าอย่างก็เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาในเรื่องของการโปรเซสกาแฟอยู่ลาวเฮานี่นะให้เอิ้นว่าทดลองเบิ่งว่าเฮ็ดจังไดมันจะแซ่บนะโดยก็เลยว่าก็เลยตัวสุวรรณนี่ก็เลยยังบ่ฮอดปั๊มปตทดีคันมาจากปักเซนี่อีกโลนึงปตทเลี้ยวซ้ายเลยจ้ะขึ้นกับบ้านหลัก45กับบ้านหลัก45ก็ถือว่าความสูงจะอยู่ที่ 1,200 เป็นต้นไปแล้วบัดที่นี่พอเขาซื้อดินไปแล้วเนี่ยปีต่อมาก็มีคนอยากขายพี่น้องกันนี่แหละเขาอยากขายเขาก็ค่อยๆเก็บเอาโดยครับผม
สมเสย
เสียงอาจารย์นัทหายครับ
ครับผมก็ตอนนี้ก็คือเดี๋ยวเราจะไปพักกันก่อนเนาะอันนี้ก็เข้ามาเที่ยงก็อยากจะอย่างที่บอกเนอะอันนี้เป็นเรื่องที่ดีที่เนื่องจากว่าเวลาเรา lecture everything is already discovered on the website already online เนาะตรงนี้ก็เป็น location where we can the area and the session that we can share experience แล้วก็ทุกคนจะได้เรียนรู้ว่าแต่ละคนเวลาเนี่ยสัปดาห์หน้าเราไปเจอกันในช่วง practical เราได้แชร์ข้อมูลกันอีกมากขึ้นนะครับผมว่าใครปลูกอะไรยังไงใคร intercropping ที่เซเรน่าสนใจ intercropping ยังไงทีนี้เซเรน่าจะได้ไปคุยกับพี่คำสอนได้แล้วเฮ้ยพี่พาผมไปดูหน่อยครับที่นั่นที่นี่เป็นยังไงเนาะพี่โอก็จะได้พี่คำสอนทำอะไรพี่คำสอนก็จะแนะนำพี่โอได้อีกเช่นกันหรือแม้กระทั่งพี่คำพลเนาะพี่แสงคำทุกคนจะได้แชร์ด้วยกันว่าปลูกอะไรดีแล้วมันดีจริงไหมปลูกแล้วมันมีปัญหาอะไรไหมเหมือนถ้าเป็นผมอ่านแต่หนังสือเนาะแต่ในชีวิตจริงพอเราไปลงไร่กาแฟเนี่ยบางทีพี่ตั้มทำไมพี่ตั้มต้องหักกิ่งนี้หักกิ่งนั้นทำไมทำอันนั้นอันนี้มันจะมีreal life knowledge ชีวิตจริงอีกอย่างหนึ่งที่ในหนังสือเขาอาจจะไม่รู้เพราะอย่าลืมว่าหนังสือส่วนใหญ่มันเป็น European standard European written ซึ่ง Europe is based on maybe some research in Colombia or Brazil ที่มัน is not valid to Thai or Lao or Asia นะครับSo there's a lot of things that we have to share about and learn about each other. So right now it's 12. I think I'll take a short break, like a 1 hour break. We'll be back at 1:10. Give you in 1 hour. And when we come back, we speed things up. Okay? Thank you for sharing. We'll be back 1 hour.
See you.
ส่วนแสบ
กลับมาแล้วนะครับทุกคนโอเคcoffee Kim thank you nice I had Krispy Kreme good lunch Krispy Kreme
Chocolate.
What's that
Coffee and chocolate every after lunch.
What is it? Can you say again?
It's chocolate. It's we call that papillote in French. It's Christmas chocolate.
The brand is Bon. Happy party.
Nice jazz.
อาจารย์บางทีอาจจะเริ่มจากคำถามหนึ่งเพราะว่าที่จริงผมเป็นเชี่ยวชาญโบทานิกเกี่ยวกับเรื่องวรรณศาสตร์ต้นไม้อะไรเนี่ยไปเขตที่ปากช่องนะผมพบต้นกาแฟนี่อายุมากกว่า100 ปีอาจารย์
ใช่
กาแฟโรบัสต้ากับลิบิลิก้าครับใหญ่มากอายุมากกว่า100 ปีแล้วนะพอเรามาดูไอ้วงปีถ้าตัดดูทางขวางแล้วก็จะดูวงปีนะมันมากกว่า100 ปีอาจารย์มันมีคำถามอยู่ว่าจริงไหมไอ้เมล็ดกาแฟนี่จากต้นที่มีอายุมากกว่าที่แก่กว่านี่มันจะอร่อยกว่ากับต้นกาแฟที่มีอายุน้อยๆครับ
ต้นกาแฟที่มีอายุน้อย
ๆมาก
อันไหนอร่อยกว่าคำถามว่าอันไหนจะอร่อยกว่าหรอ
ใช่มาถึงเมล็ดที่เก็บจากต้นกาแฟที่อายุ70 ปี80 ปีนี่จะมีความอร่อยกว่า ที่มี
มัน
เก็บ
จะเหมื
กั
อน
บต้น
ชา
ที่
ใช่
มี
ไหมเหมือน
2-3
ทั
ปี
วร์ชาที่แบบอยู่มา 2,000 ปีต้นนั้นจะ
ใช่
ได้รับ
ใช่
การอ
ใช่
นุรักษ์
เออ
ดี
อย่างกับเหมือนต้นชาครั
เอา
บ
อย่างนี้โอเคมันเป็น story มันเป็น feeling โอเค so this Ankam is mentioning that there is a tree of a coffee tree that was like growing for like 100 of years, and is it true that this coffee that's growing like a long time actually tastes better than the new crop, like maybe 10 or 15 years? Well, there's a story that the story will make the coffee taste better. Okay, the story will make the coffee taste better. It depends on the process. It depends on the picking. It depends on how you ripening and roasting and brewing. So there is a lot of process before it get to your final cup of your clients. So is it true that the coffee that is like 100-year-old tastes better? For me, if you tell me that, I would say not bad for 100 years old coffee. Because now we have expectation of 100 years old coffee, and then we drink it. Oh, not bad. Okay. It's like you're going on a date with the ladies as 50. She has very good experience, and go out on a date with 18 years old girls with no experience. It's up to you. Tell me, oh, Todd is smiling. But for me, it's the storytelling. It's a story นะครับผม Scientifically, I believe scientific tree would come to a point just like human, where everything goes down and nothing functional 100%. If it's not functioning 100%, that means the nutrition that it can absorb used to be like 100%. Maybe it only absorbed like 90, 80. So if it absorbs less nutrition, its ability is lower. Therefore, less sugar content in your cherry, scientifically. But if you know if that is the case, then you do a natural process with that 100 years old coffee tree, then therefore you get the sweetness out from processing. And then you do some anaerobic to it, and then you do, I don't know, whatever, roasting lighter, and very good roasting technique, very good extraction technique. Your coffee can be very good too. So it just have understanding about the coffee is more important than this one is better than the other one. And if I want to say something like that, that means we need to do triangulation. Okay, man. Okay. Back to science. Yes.
Okay.
Actually, it may lead to a specific coffee if the old Robusta Mr. Senkam is mentioning were maintained all these years properly. For example, the vine, the vine, the very old vineyards, grape yard,
exactly.
After sometimes centuries, the root system reach very specific soil layers. And some kinds of minerals that are at these levels will give a specific profile to the vines. For Robusta, it would have been the same, but now it's like natural trees, very big and so on. And something I wanted to add about, you are mentioning the story of the coffee or behind the coffee, and the book I mentioned and I recommended yesterday, The Coffee Paradox. It's demonstrating that the only solutions smallholder farmers have to get out of the commodity market risks and threats and variation of incomes and so on is to produce their own signs of quality. So this can be all the storytelling behind the cup, social, cultural, environmental, bird friendly, etc. And that's what we are trying to do in the north of Laos mostly, because it's very rich in terms of cultural diversity and so on. And also it's a way to for the farmers or the investor who will not have, who cannot afford to produce specialty coffee because it has a cost. It's a very picky process, actually, very detailed, to get out of the strict organoleptic quality of coffee. And the trend markets in Europe show that, for example, organic and fair trade certification consumption is increasing a lot, meaning that the consumer is looking for another kind of quality now.
Right. So exactly as Kun Kim say, we need to create our own value of your products. And one of the important thing is storytelling. But if your storytelling and your quality go together, you're amazing. You get a very good experience, and they get very good feedback on that. A story that we showed yesterday is from French coffee in California. Okay, we talk about French coffee in California, how they grow coffee in California. And what happened is, if I were to ask them to use their coffee for competitions, okay, I would tell them, hey, French, can you give me your geisha natural process? Would you like to use California coffee for competitions? Okay, this is what I think I want to do. And I already pitched this idea to my Q-grader trainer, who he live in California and know the guy personally. He said, well, Nat, you have to understand that right now, at the moment, at that farm, they can sell the coffee at a very good price without being in competition ever, without being scored, without anything, okay? They are happy at the moment because their story is like, this coffee is grown in the same area as Disneyland. That's storytelling. This is a geisha from California. This is geisha next to Six Flags Mountain. They have that story that, oh, really? You can make coffee in California? That make him wow. Then they make them organic. Wow. But if I bring that coffee to the competition stage and then suddenly the judge score is 85, 88, 89, let's say 89. You think it's good, right? Wow, it's an 80 plus coffee. It's specialty coffee with exceptional quality in SCA concept. The problem is, for the American, 89 is a B, right? Anything above 90 is an A. So if you have A, B, C, D, 80 to 89 is a B grade, it's graded for B. Therefore, oh, I didn't know that this California coffee is a B coffee. Oh, I don't think we can buy that anymore. So that is a very important thing if you want to sell your products. You need to sell your products. Storytelling is important, quality is important, and also where is your coffee going is important. Right now, everybody's sending coffee around the world. Lao send coffee to the US. The coffee community understand 85 plus 86, 87 for a Lao coffee is amazing. Okay, but the American themselves, if they see their coffee that was growing in America and they got score 89, the non-educated coffee community who doesn't understand grading system, they will have a bias. It's not an A quality coffee. That's very important. So that's very important for storytelling. So when you try to do marketing, you need to consider certain things that, for me, I totally overlook. I didn't even know that, oh, they're concerned about that so much that they prefer that coffee to be the way it is. Don't use it for competition. Don't do anything to it. That's what they told me to. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. But for us in third world, like developing country, we want our coffee to be on competition stage, and we can claim that, right? Because we want our coffee to be known. We want our coffee to be able to sell at higher price. But right now, the coffee in California already known, already at higher price. So that is why they say, oh, it's all right. I don't need competition to support whatever we are doing. Okay. So it's really depend. Okay, back to slide 80. We have about 200 slides, so we have 120 slides within 5 hours. 3 hour, 120 slides. So that's about 20 slides per hour. Oh, 40 slides per hour. I do calculations. It's easy because everybody already do the coffee, but there are some number that SCA would like you to know. There is some fact that they want you to know, just briefly. For example, we also discuss about, some people want to do shade grown coffee versus full sun. You have to understand that full sun, it's good. However, that would be a year of production that's very high production, and some next year would be low production. This is something that I just learned last year. Okay, that, hey, it's up and down. This year, he planned to grow 12 tons. This year, it's 12 tons or 15 tons. Next year, it might be only 10 tons. And next year again, the years after, it will be 15 again. It will be up and down, up and down. Yeah, the price go up. That is why some of the reason why the price go up, why the price go down. So if you understand this concept, you will start grabbing and ordering coffee and stocking your coffee on the year with the high production. And then you save that coffee for the next year because that year the price is lower. But if the year of low production, which happened in Brazil or Colombia, when that happens, the price will go up. So as a business, I would stock my coffee during the high production years. Then flower to cycle is flower to fruit cycle usually start from a warmer area to the colder areas. Just like if we think of flower in Japan, when they go to sakura, they want to watch sakura blooming. They usually go from the bottom, start at the lower altitude, lower latitude, lower altitude and lower latitude, slowly going up to the colder climate. Because the warmer climate, you will get a faster photosynthetic, you get a faster respiratory system of the coffee. So your coffee is ripening faster. So that's why it starts from lower altitude, lower latitude to higher altitude to higher latitude. That is how coffee flower to fruit as well. So if I see a coffee start, I don't know, maybe start blooming in Champasak, that means next week or in a few weeks, it will be blooming in Vientiane if there's coffee there, because it's the latitude difference, the weather difference, and temperature difference. And that would impact definitely on when is the coffee going to be available. That's your stock, like how much coffee you're going to make that year. That is very important, something to consider about. There's also another interesting thing in Kenya that is happening. That's called something that called fly crop. I'm not sure if you can do that in Laos, where you can have two crops. One is the first harvest. We get a main crop where you get a lot of productivity, good quality. And then a second harvest where you get fly crop, where you get a lower volume. You get lower volume and lower quality. And when that happens, if you know that for Kenya happened and you're concerned about that, this is where you get a sheep lot. Because at fly crop, it's the second crop that the quality not so good, maybe a 78 or 75 score on the cupping score, but it's still coffee. So that is one way you can get a good coffee as well. So do you have a fly crop in Laos? มีไหมครับ มีแค่ one crop เหรอ main crop only?
Only one, because we are too far from the equator, which is the main factor. Yeah.
Okay. And Kenya? No? Kenya is pretty good. They have just the right condition to do it. And that is why when you want to buy Kenya, just make sure you get, I believe my Kenya is a fly crop because it's so cheap and it doesn't taste like blueberry that I have, but it's okay. We use it for blending and everything else. So we are still okay with that. The next thing we need to know about is something about shade grown, that shade grown is good. Shade grown is good. And it's because naturally the coffee was discovered in a shaded environment. And that shaded environment slowly become, when we continue in our process, people start to farm. So that's why we see farming coffee rather than shade-grown coffee. So if you do farming your coffee, that means you are doing something it wasn't born to be. It, you know, it wasn't meant to be เหมือนต้นไม้เขาถูกเติบโตอยู่ในป่าไม้แต่เราเอามาบังคับให้เขาไปโตกลางแดด Okay, so if you force them to do something, it will not produce out its best quality นะครับ so maybe the best thing to do is have some shade grown for your coffee, but shade grown coffee maybe you do not get enough oil, you do not get a very reliable consistent income because you have to wait for it, right? Usually you do not like a fixed income. Like Kun Paramed make a, I'm sure he not making shade grown coffee because he doing farm. ใช่ไหมพี่ปรเมศเป็น shade grown ด้วยไหมครับ Like I see คุณคำสอนก็ is not shade grown today, but he a lot of intercropping, monoculture. ของพี่โอเป็น shade ไหมครับhe's gone. Anyway
ครับเน็ตผมไม่เสถียรแป๊บนึงครับเมื่อกี้ถามผมหรือเปล่าครับ
ใช่จะถามว่าของพี่ใช้เชดโกรนหรือเป็น farming แบบ full sun หรือวางแผนที่จะเป็นเชดโกรน
แผนจะเป็นเชดโกครับผมก็อ้ายคำสอนกับอาจารย์แสงธรรมเนี่ยครับแนะนำให้ปลูกผมจำชื่อไม่ได้แล้วเป็นแคร์ฝรั่งครับผมก็เป็นแกฝรั่งก็ทดลองปลูกไป
สูงมาก
จริงๆปลูกเกือบทั่วนะครับแต่ว่ามันขึ้นไม่หมดคือเราก็เรียนรู้การปักไอตัวแคฝรั่งนี่เหมือนกันคือมันจะต้องเป็นลำต้นที่แข็งแรงแล้วเป็นโคนต้นนิดนึงครับคือยอดมันไปเสียบแล้วมันยังไม่แข็งแรงพอตัวที่เสียบลงไปเนี่ยจะเป็นกิ่งที่ค่อนข้างใหญ่เป็นโคนกิ่งครับเสียบเข้าไปแล้วก็เขาเริ่มโตปีนี้เนี่ยเริ่มสูงท่วมหัวผมแล้วครับในปีเดียวครับ
พี่สูงกี่เมตรครับผมไม่รู้ท่วมหัวพี่ผมไม่รู้
1.80ครับ1.80ครับผม
1.80โอ้สูงมากก็สูงแล้วสูงเร็วมาก
ก็ตัวเร็ว
เขาก็จะครับแล้วคาดว่าจะให้มันสูงไปเท่าไหร่
ผมไม่เคยปลูกนะครับแล้วก็ในละแวกที่คนรู้จักเนี่ยยังไม่มีใครปลูกเลยครับก็ส่วนผมก็ในละแวกนั้นก็ถือว่าเป็นส่วนแรกก็คงจะต้องได้ดูว่าเขาจะขยายพุ่มออกมาลักษณะไหนนะครับครับผมแต่ก็เนี่ยในสวนเนี่ยปลูกอะโวคาโดด้วย150ต้นครับก็จะแซมกันไปทีนี้ก็ต้องมาดูกันว่าทำยังไงให้ถึงไม่ให้มันคลุมต้นกาแฟมากเกินไปนะครับ
ใช่แต่ก็คือการคุมต้นกาแฟ I think คุณ Kim already mentioned to make it slower ripening is good because your coffee will taste better คือถ้าเกิดเราให้คุมกาแฟไว้ประมาณนึงจะทำให้การสุกมันช้าลงการสุกมันช้าลงจะให้กาแฟที่ fermentation ripening ช้าลงเนี่ยทำให้กาแฟหวานขึ้นและ complex มากขึ้น
ครับ
นะครับ That's one interesting thing about shade grown coffee if you do that to Robusta coffee นะ your Robusta coffee will be excellent There is a research ขอบคุณครับพี่โอเน็ตแรงขึ้นเยอะเลยพอมามุมนี้ของบ้าน So there is an interesting about Robusta coffee is that Robusta coffee in the research they say Arabica coffee has a lot of citric, some of the malic, and they have phosphate in Kenya coffee. Then they also compare with Robusta coffee. Robusta coffee has a lot of citric but not a lot of malic. And yeah, phosphorus, they have it. So how do you make your Robusta coffee actually taste better? So scientifically, we cannot force malic acidity into the coffee. But how does malic was created? Arabica has malic because Arabica take a longer time for it to ripe because it was growing in a colder climate. Therefore, it becomes on start to do shade-grown Robusta coffee. Planting your Robusta coffee in a colder climate area. Your Robusta will have citric, and then with the longer period of ripening of that green to red cherry ripening period, that citric will then turn into malic. So therefore, your Robusta coffee will have citric and malic On the other hand, the one component that will make coffee more complex and taste better is phosphorus. So you need to add fertilizer with the phosphorus into it. So therefore, your Robusta will taste exactly like Arabica. That is one of the things that you can try. Okay. So if you try that, that will be excellent. I mean, I would like to see someone try that. And for example, the Robusta that we have, that we auction, and you already mentioned that from last session in foundation, the one we auctioned, and when we went to that farm the end of last year, and yeah, they are shade grown Robusta. They do not get a lot of coffee, but that Robusta has burriness, sweetness, and it tastes amazing. Very good cup. So I would recommend that. Yeah, Arabica is good. Robusta is your next friend. Robusta is your next friend. So just want you to look that up too. So shade grown coffee has been covered. Full sun is good. Okay. Oh, okay. There's something about Brazil. Brazil, they do a lot of natural breeding, selective breeding, and a lot of their breeding has come from age and like years of experience since Portuguese, colonized them and getting the Caturra, and then from Typica and turn into Bourbon turn into Caturra, and Caturra with the Catimor, the hybrid Timor, make it Catimor. And from there, Brazil has very successful breeding their own varieties that can grow in full sun and get a good quality in good quantity. Okay, this is some of the subject that we cover in the Zurich University, and it is amazing how Brazil, I mean, if you want to do a lot of research, you need to read Portuguese. A coffee research in Portuguese is a lot like Portuguese and Latin. There are so many coffee research that is not written in English or translated into Thai or anywhere else. So the best way for me to learn in coffee, maybe next time I learn Latin. Maybe Kim would be faster. You speak Latin, right? Because you speak a little bit French.
I forgot already. No practice,
no problem. But it will be fast. I mean, that's what I find. A lot of research where Spanish, well, Latin, Spanish is good too. Colombia coffee culture is big, yeah, but not as big as Brazil. This is coming from David. David says Spanish is good. Well, my trainer is now in Colombia. Her name is Helena, and we talk every other week. And the problem is, if I want to bring Colombia coffee back into Thailand, there's a lot of protocol. They want to make sure that it's only coffee that's coming in the bag. They worry we ship something else along from Colombia, Yeah, since Thailand is very good at planting stuff, Colombia has too. So we gotta be, that's why we don't get any coffee directly from them. It's a challenge. So next one, you need to, I'm sure everybody already know what the advantage of shade-grown coffee versus the full sun coffee. But full sun coffee definitely get a higher yield. That is why Piparme just mentioned, we have to make sure that the avocado tree doesn't cover the sun of the coffee tree. Because you want full sun to get higher yield. Because we have a projected revenue, projected production that I need to make 12 tons a year or something. We have that projection. So therefore, that is an investment. People would like to do full sun coffee. However, you have to consider about the leaf rust infection due to drier environment. Okay, when it's dry, you get infected easier. Okay, just like your skin. If you're in a very cold place and your skin is dry, you will get infected or skin rashes easier. Okay, because it's dry. However, if you do a shade-grown coffee, it's very environmental friendly. You will become it can be a CSR for your community, like social responsibility. Okay, so that is nice way to do. And you get protection against the wind. The ดอกแคร์ป่าต้นแคร์ก็อาจจะช่วยได้ protection against the wind is very important because this wind will wipe out the moisture away. The small coffee tree, it had moisture, it absorbed moisture. But if the wind come, just like as human, if you have a very cold and windy, your leaf will get frost and get dry, just like your skin get dry. So we need a good protection with the wind. And with shade grown, you get organic fertilizer ใช่ไหมปุ๋ยอินทรีย์นะครับผม so that is one thing is very useful for you. And when you say less stress, your coffee will not be so stressful. Stress เหมือนเครียดอ่ะมันจะไม่เครียด Stress in this means since the coffee do not have like a full sun blasting on it, therefore it doesn't need to photosynthetic as much. Its respiratory system will not be exhausted, so it would produce more and use less sugar. It will convert photosynthetic convert the carbohydrate into sugar content, but that sugar content will not be consumed. It will remain in the cherry. So that's the good thing about shade-grown coffee. And also ripening slower, already mentioned that. So you can also look at this video that I mentioned onto it a little bit on shade-grown coffee versus farming. And also, if you go to look at the video, I have a little bit mentioned on coffee roasting. If anyone interested in coffee roasting, just feel free to watch this video. It's only 15 minutes. Let's talk about terroir. Terroir is a specific area, the same language they use in wine. I think, wine. I was dedicated this one to Kun Kim. Can you define terroir? Can you say it properly? I don't think I pronounce it properly. Terroir. What it is? เห็นไหมบอกแล้ว I don't think I pronounce it properly.
It's quite close to the ecological term biotop, actually.
Bio?
Meaning biotop, yeah, meaning that it's a certain confined space giving specific conditions to grow, to raise a specific variety. But in French, we had some cultural aspect to that.
Yeah.
Terroir is a sum of physical, geographical, and ecological conditions specific to one area.
So that would make your whatever you're growing unique and different. Okay, it will make you more unique and different, which is very important because sometimes the same variety, the same species, the same plant that growing in different area will produce a different result. And that's why terroir is very important. That is why World Coffee Research do a lot of coffee research in the same 20 variety, but planting everywhere else in different region along the world, and to see which terroir is the best area for planting certain varieties. And then when they say planting certain varieties, as in, okay, this area is very good with this variety that get high production yield. On the other hand, if you want quality, use this variety, you get highest quality, but maybe not so much production yield. You can choose, and that's what the research is about. So that is why the terroir will impact on denser, harder, and narrow, the center cut. The difference is the weather, the climate. Cold and hot will impact on your ripening time. Your ripening time, the longer ripening time, the denser your coffee bean will be. The hotter it is, the less than it gets. And with that, it will impact at the end is on your acidity and flavor of your coffee. Then we will do something on that sensorial analysis next week on this activity. Processing method is something that everybody already know. We cover very fast on this one. There's a few basic processing method: wash process and honey process, natural process. Another process that I already shared also is called wet hull. This one is done in Indonesia. But then we will see how each process has been done quickly. I will just not go take your time on this one because everybody has a farm, everybody already done this. And I'm sure you guys would be better at explaining this. But the focus of SCA that would like you to know that, okay, seed must be harvested from the cherry seeds, because all coffee seed, we need the seed. We do not. I try to roast the entire cherry, the cherry pot. It's good. It's like drinking lo hang kueh, like lo hang kueh tea. You just dry the entire fruit and grind it. It smells interesting, like a dry fruit, crunchy, but bitter because when I roast that entire cherry pot, which you will get to taste. Oh yeah, you get to taste them. In green coffee, there is one of the defects that I put them is a cherry pot that I roasted, so you can try. On the outside is burned because the skin of the coffee cherry is very thin and very fragile, while on the inside is just cooked. So that is one thing you can try and taste how it is. So next thing is, there are a lot of association that will create risk on your flavor with defect, which is why I sent you 5 things that should not be in your coffee: full black bean, full or sour beans, and I don't know, insect, and cherry pot, and parchment. I have 5 of this, so you guys can taste them how it is, and you will be surprised at how you might enjoy it. This defect, as I already mentioned, I got surprised, like, oh really, this is the defect tastes like? Oh, it tastes just like how I've been drinking for the last 20 years. So that is something surprising for you. And there is also a video on natural process and process on this clip is already shared. I already marked. Oh, I think someone mentioned that the video wasn't aligned in sequence, right? When you watch the video on the Google form, on the Google Drive. The video, you can make it sorting by name, so it will arrange them in sequence. Nah, okay, so you can do that. Natural process, make sure you break it. I mean, you flip the coffee into the direction of the sun to make sure that everything is dry evenly. You do not just leave it there and just forget it. You will need to leave it there, and every other hours you're gonna need to. Every other hours you will need to flip it. Click by click ma. The very expensive coffee, which is in Panama Geisha, they flip it every 45 minutes. That's how concerned they are with the coffee, drying the coffee. We will test that too. This is where the number, very interesting number. SCA, ITC, they focus on understanding that this red cherry and this parchment and green coffee, when we buy a cherry in Thailand, it's about this, and they would say about 18 to 20% of 6 กิโลได้กาแฟสาร1 กิโล okay, so that is an average ใช่ไหมทีนี้ my question is, how many coffee cherry you get from one tree? Have you ever checked? จากต้นไม้1 ต้นพี่คำสอนรู้ตัวเลขไหมครับ Anyone?
On the farm, it's around 3 to 5 kilos.
Yeah, let's see 5 kilo or 6 kilo. Okay, I can say 5 kilo or 6 kilo. That means one tree, maximum very good potential. One tree you can get 1 kilo of green bean. That is why I asked VO, like, how many tree you have? He said 5,000 tree. That means every one tree you get 1 kilo. So that means you get 5 ton. I don't know, approximately 5,000 kilo. นะครับผม 5,050 ton. Let's see. 5 ton. So that is something you need to understand, because that is your investment, and when you do calculation, that is very important. But we also talked to CBC from the other group. They share that they use about 100% red cherry, and they only require 5.5 kilo to make a 1 kilo of green coffee. So what is the cost? That there is another farm. There is another farm that needs 10 kilo. because some farm they use hand pick, okay, and their hand picks may not be 100% quality, and that 100% quality need to be picked again and sorting again, and that sorting was sorting out all the green out, only get the red cherry, you know, from that red cherry is only 7.5 kilo to get this 1 kilo. So you need to educate your farmer to make sure that when you pick your coffee, I would expect 6 kilo of red cherry. Otherwise, if they pick you 10 kilo, yeah, fine. But that 10 kilo turn into 1 kilo of your green coffee. So it's really important how you train and educate them to pick the coffee properly. ICO has a conversion table. From parchment to green, it's about 0.83 from parchment to green. And then if you from green to roasted coffee, they lost another 16%. This is the number that they use นะครับผมพี่กำพลบอกว่า Lao ratio, what is the ratio of one cherry from cherry to green coffee?
ผมอยากว่าอยู่หนองอยู่เหนือน่ะอยู่เขตภาคเหนือของลาวนะอยู่โนดนั่นอัตราส่วนอาจจะน้อยกว่านี้อาจจะ 4.9 โทษ can you tell how many of kilo of cherry to become 1 kilo of parchment? I think it's less than in the south because of research or border.
เท่าไหร่ของ any numbers you have less? When you say less, you mean 4 kilo of cherry you get 1 green coffee?
Yeah, maybe it's less than 5.5 kilo in the north.
4.5 actually for 1 kilo of parchment. 4.5 kilos of cherries for 1 parchment.
That's right.
In certain areas where the growing conditions are particularly good, maybe Todd you can add.
Yeah,
So
I
4.5.
I think it really depends on many factors, and one of the factors is what process you are using. For example, the wet process has a much better percentage. You don't lose as much, but the natural process, honey process, we find we lose a lot more when we have to select out the defects, right? So I also have a question. When you say 6 kilos of cherry equals 1 kilo green coffee, is this what kind of standard for the green coffee?
I would say wash process.
No, I mean like is it totally hand sorted, no defects, that kind of thing?
It's a general number that they use, and let's see, this one is based on hand sorted from, I think the database is from Brazil, Colombia, and collected, and it's pretty much similar to our Thai wash coffee. So I would just refer to Thai wash coffee that we have. But I think sometimes they say 7 kilo because they need to find it very good to pick out the very green out. What is not red enough, they would remove it. So but if you get a really like 4.5 kilo to get a 1 kilo, that is very good because that means your coffee has a higher density, right?
Parchment.
A very good density. Yeah. I think that is very good coffee. But if a 6 kilo cherry, maybe our Thai Cadimore is just whatever process they have, just a general commercialized one. Because don't forget, like when we talk about ITC or trading agreement, is mostly focused on trading commercial products. Even though they are focusing everyone to understand specialty coffee, so you can process it nicely. But in general, about 80 or 90% still focus on commercial products in the market. The one that we ship, the one that we ship to, like, I don't know, Europe, Lao, or from Lao to US, a lot of them are still in commercial products because they use it for blending, a lot of blending. So Kim, you are saying that Serena asked the questions. KG green bean. Green bean.
Parchment, sorry.
Oh.
So you still need to deduce 18%.
So this one. So
Yeah.
this 1 kg
Parchment.
Parchment.
And then that is only 0.83 kg. 0.80 kg. Green. So if I divide it by, it will go back to 6 kilo. Right, it's 0.8 divided by 4.5. I think. Let me check. 4.5. Yeah, 5.625.
I will not use this figure if I am a trader.
Well, the trader need to know this figure, nah?
Yeah, I will not use this figure as the average of Lao.
Okay.
Okay. Because the CPC is between, there's 5.5 to 5.47 of the, because the when they calculate red cherry, they calculate from the one that the sunken cherry.
Right.
Because at the collection center of CPC, when the farmer bring the coffee, they put to the water, and they calculate they took only the sunken one.
They only get the good one.
They only
the
get the good one. Yeah, that's yeah. But when the farmer sell to the collector in the Bolivian, they don't do this way. That's why they use 6 to 7 red chili equivalent to 1 kg of green bean.
Yep. That's close
to the standard. But
so this is why you have to understand.
I'm quite surprising for the North. If the North only 4.5.
But it's correct, man. 4.5 based on parchment. But
parchment, not green bean.
Yeah, and then after that, you still turn into a 5.7 kg or to 1 kg green bean. It's the same thing. Same number. It's just different units.
Right.
But this based on the.
Thank you, Serena. That was a good question.
Yeah, Kim.
Yes, we float everything in the North.
Okay. Similar to CPC,
Yes.
Okay.
So you float everything. Why? Even natural process?
Yes.
แต่ว่าตัวจริงนั้นทางเนื้อกาแฟทางเนื้อจะดีกว่าเนาะเพราะเม็ดจะใหญ่กว่าแล้วก็เขาเอิ้นสัด
Did you
ส่วน
make triangulation?
Sorry?
Did you make a triangulation to say that กาแฟทางเหนือดีกว่า? Hey, is that a bias?
No. I speak about the size of grain of coffee grain, not the quality.
Okay.
Because over there in the north, the soil is still richer and fresh than in the south. That's I see. Todd, maybe it can tell more about the
challenge, Todd.
The percentage from cherries to parchment to green bean.
Okay. Todd, your turn. Mr. Kampong, just want you to know the figure. Like, how was it for you?
I think it's pretty close to just what you said, but it really does depend on the processing, the picking, everything. We get different percentages for each village, each group that we work with. Some are good, some are not. And that really depends on the condition of their coffee and the way they pick, the way they process everything.
Okay, thank you. But at least this is a figure when you when you want to be a processor. Like in Thailand, there are people who are not farmer. There are people who doesn't grow or collect anything. They are just processing. They just processor. We call them self-processor. Nah? So they just buy green coffee and then, you know, anaerobics, double anaerobics, low temp, low humidity, LTLH, or whatever they do. They just buy green coffee to do that. So in case any of you guys jump into this business, that means you need to understand that, I don't know, if you forecast you need 100 kilo of green coffee at the end of their seasons, maybe you need to buy at least 600 kilo shirley or like 800 kilo shirley, just to make sure you come down all the way to 100 kilo of green coffee. It's like 6 to 1 or 7 to 1 to be safe. So it's something that should be considered on part of the business. I don't know. Serena ปลูกกาแฟไหมครับ Do you plant coffee? Do you grow coffee?
We don't do that anymore. We still have a plantation, but it's really maintained at a minimum. So we're a bit far from this things now, but of course we have the ratios in mind as well. Yeah, like the 1.6, 1 to 7.
Yeah, so the point is you don't have to be farmer anymore. You can be a processor where you just process the coffee, right? Yeah. So that is one way to do it. Buy the sherry, I will process it myself. That is one way to do it.
Sirena has two plantations.
I have a question.
30 hectares, I imagine.
I have a question for Todd and Kim. You know, when you saying that it's only the float, means you know, the way you are the weighing the shape.
We lost your connection. Can you say again?
Yeah, I didn't hear.
That's okay. We come back. I have
Kim, it's okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You say nope? Now I can. Maybe
you can. Yes.
Yes.
No?
Yes. Now.
Yes. Okay. I was wondering how it works when you say you only take the float, the good ones, because that means it takes much more time to evaluate the number of kilo that the farm a weighing session at the end of the day, right? But they just weigh the whole bag and then put them in the truck. But if you have to weight only the float, then it takes much more time, right? With all the farmers who give their sherries.
No, actually, the farmer bring all his daily harvest. Imagine, I don't know, three bags of 30 kilos, for example. And the total weight will be assessed. So they weigh the total amount delivered, and then it's floated. But normally the floaters are very small quantity. As I remember, for example, in Sian Quang, Todd, I am right that over let's say 10 kilos, we'll get not even 1 kilo. Of floaters, and after that the floaters are removed with the baskets and they are weighted. So the guy in charge will know two figures: one, the total amount, and two, the floaters. Okay. So we know what will be the first grade actually delivered by the family.
Oh, so as per what you can see, it's quite it's still a fast process. It doesn't make the okay. Because sometimes if you have so many farmers who come to deliver their daily harvest, then that can take very long time. If the end of the day is 5 o'clock, it's
yes.
It depends on the group, yeah, but it can take long. I know that CPC what mills are open until 2 a.m. sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
it's in the north, it's a much smaller scale.
Okay, that's why they can do that.
Each farmer may only have 3 bags, something like that they're bringing in one day.
Yeah.
And
for
so
now.
For now. But we don't do the same thing at our company mill. We just pay by what they bring. and then we do the floating ourselves, but we do it all at once instead of each individual farmer like that.
Okay. Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ Thank you everyone for sharing. So this is very important thing because it's part of the business ครับ I'm not sure how is BB with your Robusta, do you know your figure and numbers?
เอาจริงๆ
I want to know on Robusta. Yes จริงๆเลย I want จริงๆเลย
มันเพราะว่าอันนี้บ่ได้ลงลึกถึงแบบไปเบิ่งตัวนี้จริงจังนะโดยมีแต่ว่าเขาปล่อยให้คนสวนเพิ่นเป็นคนเบิ่งให้เฮานะแล้วแบบนี้ของเฮาเป็นสวนน้อยๆเพราะว่าบ่เคยล้มละเอียดปานนี้นำคนสวนว่าต้นนึงมันได้จักกิโลอันเก็บมาชนิดจักกิโลแล้วได้มากอันที่ว่ามันเป็นมากอันเขาเรียกมาขาวมาเขียวบ่แน่ใจที่มันแบบเอามาขั่วนะโดยบ่ได้ล้มลกถึงว่ามันฮอดเรื่องกิโลต่างแต่ว่าเพิ่นจะแจ้งมาเป็นปีว่าปีนี้เพิ่นเก็บได้จากต้นแล้วคัดมาหันแม่นได้จากต้นจะเป็นประมาณนี้หลายกว่าโดยบ่ได้ลงลึกปานนั้นโดยมีแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวสิไปถามทางคนสวนตึมโดย
ใช่ครับ because it is something that as the owner of the or operator you might like to know because this will tell the quality of your cherry. It would help you improve like, oh, why you lost so much? Why this farm only used 5.6 kilo of cherry to make 1 green coffee? But what? And then they say, oh, we use 8 kilo. Then there is something wrong with the cherry that you need to take away. Like, you lost another 3 kilo of cherry or 2 kilo of cherry just to make when you compare to someone else's cherries. So this will help you improve your Robusta farm as well. So this number is a number that can help you. นะครับ
เพราะว่าตัวจริงมันต้องได้ฮู้คืออาจารย์นัดเว้าหลายเนาะต่างแต่วันคือวันนี้เนาะทิศแล้วนี่เขาก็ถูกแจ้งมาวันปีนี้ได้น้อยหลายนะเขาก็เลยตกใจว่ามันเป็นอย่างคือได้น้อยก่อนเก่าค่ะนะฉะนั้นเขาต้องไปลงดีเทลนำกระเจ้าแล้วว่ากระเจ้าคิรักเฮาบ่หรือว่าแนวใดค่ะนะด้วย
คือเราได้น้อยมันต้องดูว่ามันน้อยอะไรมันน้อยที่เชอร์รี่หรือน้อยที่เชอร์รี่เท่าเดิมว่ากรีนบีนมันน้อยลง
กำลังสิบอกบีว่ามันได้น้อยเจ้าของสวนอยู่ไก่ดิแล้วก็ราคากาแฟแพงแดปีนี้นะมันก็เลยได้น้อย
แม่กับกระเจ้าแจ้งหลานว่ามันบ่มีคนเก็บให้หั่นนะอ้าว
ย่อสั่นอาจารย์แสงคำ
ด้วย
ใครเป็นเจ้าของฟาร์มอยู่ไกล
บีเขามีฟาร์มอยู่ที่ปากช่องนะโน่นนะอาจารย์แต่เขาอยู่เวียงจันทร์ไง
ไกลนิดนึงอาจารย์แสงคำสุปชัยยา
จะไปชัยยาได้
ปีนี้โดยรวมบีร้านปีนี้โดยรวมกาแฟหมากกลางนะโรบัสต้าจะได้น้อยส่วนไทยคือกัน
ย้อนอย่าง
สภาพดินฟ้าอากาศปีนี้
อะไรเขาก็เลยตกใจมัน
เดี๋ยวเราไม่ต้องไปสงสัยหรอกโดยรวมปีนี้ถ้าเป็นล็อตที่แล้วเนาะที่พี่เขาบอกว่ากาแฟได้น้อยลงทำไมรู้ไหมเพราะเขาไป process ใช่ไหม because they say coffee get less on the last session and Champasak session they say we collect the cherry and then we send this cherry down to the processing station which is maybe 10 kilo away to the sorting station where they can do sorting, color floating, and then do color sorting. But they said they get less coffee. The problem is not because of the weather. The problem is not because of whatever reason, but the problem is because of the transportation. You lost some of the cherry during transportation. มันหายไปได้ยังไงนั่นคือสิ่งที่เขาถาม Where's my coffee goes? I don't know. Maybe they stopped at another station. So that is a little bit corruption that's happened during the process of you losing your coffee. Like BB collected like 600 kilo. By the time it get to you, it's only 500. Somehow it's lost between the way. But then they tell you only 500 because that is why you need to have someone to check the weight, just like Serena asked. you need to know how much coffee was in, and then you need to know how much coffee was not in, then you will know what's the total amount that red cherry that you use. บางที่เขาจะ float, sometimes they just float away the bad coffee, right? Then you need, if you can approximate the loss, then it will help you improve your picking method or collection method from the farmer นะครับผม I think that's important
อาจารย์นัทขอทำเพิ่มได้ไหมคะ
ได้ครับ
อันผู้ดีพันมีอันพันมาหันได้ยินอันบริจาคอาจารย์แสงความหรือว่าไผ่เมนชั่นตัวเรื่องอันต้นกาแฟที่มีอายุหลายค่ะนะโดยบริจาคว่าคันต้นที่มันมีอายุหลายแล้วมันยังสิให้ผล
อายุหลายมาคุยกันหน่อยแล้วพี่แสงคำ
มันยังสิให้ผลดีอยู่โบหรือว่ามันสิน้อยไปตามอายุกาลแล้วมันสิแบบยังสิกินได้โบอะไรประมาณนี้ค่ะนะมันสิโอเคโบค่ะเพราะว่าสลายของเฮาโรบัสต้ามันจะเท่าแล้วนะโดย
ที่จริงแล้วรสชาติของมากกาแฟจากต้นที่มีอายุแก่นะถามอาจารย์นัดไปแล้วเนาะแล้วคนก็มีคำตอบให้แล้วแต่ว่าเรื่องการให้ผลผลิตนี่นะที่จริงแล้วเฮาก็บ่ฮู้คือกันว่าอายุแก่ที่สุดของต้นกาแฟมันเท่าใดแท้ตามหลักการวิทยาศาสตร์ก็คืออาจารย์นัดเว้าอายุของต้นไม้มันก็มีความแก่ของมันถ้าแก่แล้วมันก็โรยลายไปคือคนนี่แหละเนาะมันก็เท่ากับแก่ก็ตายไปแต่ว่ามันก็ขึ้นกับการบำรุงรักษาคือกันเนาะต้นกาแฟนะเพราะว่าอยู่หลายๆบ่อนเนาะสังเกตเบิ่งอยู่ YouTube แล้วก็อยู่หลายประเทศเขาเจ้าเอิ้นอยู่เมืองไทยเขาเจ้าเอิ้นทำสาวเนาะเขาเจ้าต้องตัดเนาะตัดแล้วให้มันปงใหม่มันก็เป็นต้นที่ว่างาที่ปงใหม่มาหั่นมันก็เป็นคือต้นใหม่แล้วก็ให้มากหลายถ้าว่าเฮาปะไว้ซื่อๆเอางาเก่ามันก็ปงงาหน่อยปงมากหน่อยออกดอกหน่อยสั้นมันจะได้มากหน่อยคันเฮาตัดมันให้มันปงงาใหม่แล้วบำรุงรักษาใช้ปุ๋ยก็คิดว่ามันได้หลายคือกันเนาะอันนี้ขึ้นกับการบำรุงรักษาคือกัน
โดยเพราะว่าตอนนี้หันพากันคิดอยู่ว่ามันเท่าแล้วเฮาควรทำลายมันแล้วปลูกไม้โบน่ะเลยว่าแนวใดนะก็เลยลองถามเบิ่ง
แต่ว่าคันเท่าลายหั่นน่ะลายปีลายหั่นน่ะมันตัดมันกับปงออกมาบ่สมบูรณ์มันก็อันนั้นส่วนหลายเขาเจ้าจะขุดออกแล้วปลูกใหม่หลายกว่าแต่ว่าคันมันเท่าประมาณกลางนี่ก็คันมันเท่าประมาณกลางเนี่ยก็ตัดให้มันปงใหม่ได้เนาะคิดว่าแนวนั้นเจ้า
เด้อเข้าใจ
ขอบคุณครับ that's good เห็นไหมต้นไม้เก่าๆต้องคุยกับพี่แสงคำนะครับถ้าต้นไม้ใหม่ๆไปคุยกับพี่ปรเมศนะครับถ้าต้นไม้เด็กๆนี่ต้องคุยกับพี่คำสอนแล้วมั้ง
โอ้แมนใช่
นี่ให้คุยเรื่องต้นไม้กันอยู่นะโอเคครับ
เดี๋ยวพอดีลมต้นไม้แล้วสิลมประเด็นนี้อาจารย์บ่ฮู้ว่านิยมเฮ็ดกันบ่
ได้ยินเลย
หายไปเลยหลุดไปเลย
เรื่องคลัมเรื่องที่เป็นคลัม
บ่เป็นคลัมบ่ฮู้ว่ามันเน็ตมันบ่เสถียรมันเลยตัดออกไปที่จริงแล้วเบิ่งนำเอกสารแล้วก็วิดีโอ YouTube หลายๆประเทศเขาเจ้าเฮ็ดคราฟติ้งนะอาจารย์เนาะเขาเจ้าเลือกหมายความว่าเลือกเอาต้นพันธุ์ที่ดีมันให้ผลผลิตสูงเนาะโดยเฉพาะโรบัสต้าเขาเจ้าเอายอดเนาะเอายอดมาแล้วมาเสียบใส่เอาต้นที่ว่าปลูกทั่วไปนี่เป็นรูทสต็อกซื่อๆเนาะเสียบแล้วเฮ็ดให้มันมีผลผลิตหลายอันนี้บ่ฮู้ว่าเขาเจ้านิยมเฮ็ดกันทั่วไปบ่มันแล้วก็มีทางวิทยาศาสตร์หรือว่าทางวงการกาแฟนี่เขาเจ้านิยมเฮ็ดบ่อาจารย์
ก็ทำกันนะมีจำปาสักมีคนทำอยู่เหมือนกันครับผม grafting
มีเทคนิคตัวนี้
การ
เสียบยอดหรือว่าต่อต้นเคยอยู่ศูนย์คน
มีบ่อยู่จำปาสักเขาเจ้าเฮ็ดมีบ่
แต่ว่าปัจจุบันก็
น้องวีรพงษ์
มีครอบครัวมีหลายครอบครัวก็เริ่มเฮ็ด
แม่นบ่
yeah sometimes the grafting the I don't know Arabica with the tree of the Robusta some they try Geisha with Catimore นะครับผม I think a lot of people try a lot of things. Just like when we do mango in Thailand, we have one mango tree that is grafting with different varieties. So that one mango tree that have different น้ำดอกไม้เขียวเสวยม่วงแรดอะไรเงี้ย they do have a lot. So it can be done with the coffee. It just well, I think it's good. It's something because in the end, the tree only need the nutrition to support it branch, right? So it will grow. But I'm not sure how it will, like in the long run, because sometimes they say they want Robusta. Some they say they want Arabica to be the main tree because of different reason. Like if Robusta, they are very good at finding waters. Arabica is good to finding nutrition, but different stuff. So I think it's really depend on how you want to graft. But grafting would be good with a very old tree. I think that's something you should try. Because old tree would have a very good root system already. If it's still working, if the root is still working, that would be really nice. ขอบคุณครับ So I will continue fast. ถ้าใครจะพักหรือเข้าห้องน้ำก็ตามสะดวกด้วยนะครับผมวันนี้เราจะไปเรื่อยๆนะครับผม I'm just saying if anybody want to take a break just go ahead and I'll just continue, okay? So we do not lose the flow. Anyway, so we talk about harvesting already, that there is different look when you harvest differently. So what we want in coffee is usually the coffee bee. And when I think someone, P. Kamson mentioned, mostly they use ladies to pick the coffee. Because ladies are the gender that are very sensitive to red color. They are very calm. They're very patient. And their physiology of the finger is easier to feel the delicate softness of your cherry. And that physiology also easier to pick the coffee cherry out from the, when they come together, as a group, easier to pick it up. So one of the things that they do is they will also have like a woman coffee. There is an International Women Coffee Association where they focus to support women in coffee community. And they said, and promoting that coffee that was hand selected by women actually tastes better. And well, I'm not sure it's true or not, but my customer say it tastes better. And that is one of the story, I believe. But every time I buy coffee from Scandinavia, I think Sweden, they have this coffee, woman coffee. I put in the jar and they say, this coffee is selected by women only. It will sell out very fast. Because most of my customers are women and they like to support women. Does it taste better? I didn't get the chance to try it. By the time I come back, it's gone. That's how fast it's going. So one of the marketing that you can try, and not just marketing, just to compare men, ผู้ชาย men, we just like to get things done, just fast and go watch football, go watch soccer to do something else. So we just harvest, maybe we look like an A coffee. So something that we need to know in intermediate level is to understand where is the outer skin, where is the mucilage, parchment, silver skin, seed, and embryo. This one probably asked on the exam. It's just something that you're nice to know how it look like based on the drawing. Like this one. Where's the mucilage? Usually when you do a wash process, when we do a wash process, because we want to remove a certain thing, that's why we put them in the soaking and fermentation to loosen the mucilage from the layer, where it's usually stuck with the parchment and เหนียวๆเป็นเมือกนะครับผม So fermentation will soak the coffee in the water maybe 24 hours or 48 hours to make that water turn acidity. When the water turn acidity and there's some microbiology, the microorganism, that microorganism will sort of eat everything out. Okay, and if traditional local knowledge, they go just use your hand. They just use their hand to pick up the sherry in the soaking tank. If it's still slimy, they say they need to soak longer. On the other hand, if it's not slimy now and it's very dry and rough, even though in the water is dry and rough, just like sandpapers, that means the milk sludge is gone. But then that 24 or 48 hours is really depend how long it takes. It depends on the climate. If it's very cold, it might take a long time because this microorganism is not gonna, you know, activate at too low temperature. Oh, I have geisha coffee serving to me. Oh, geisha coffee? Thank you from the student. Flora. See, my coffee break. I'm sorry. Hot. Very hot coffee. So, one way to make this fermentation process become more objective, become more solid, is to use pH meter. Because water, when you use water, usually your water pH is about 6.5 to 7. When you soak it in the water, you know, you have fruit and water, you take it a long time, it usually just is turning bad, which is turning sour, it turns acid. That's why when you can say, oh, my fermentation, I will ferment it until the pH drop down to 4.5 or until pH drop down to 4.8. So that is one thing that you can use as a measure, like a number to be precise, to be more objective, rather than just using your hand and using feeling. I think it would be better. So then when we pick the sherry, the numbers come up again about moisture content. We dry the coffee to the moisture content of about 10, 11, or 12. CQI want the number to be 11. CQI say they want the number to be 11, okay, of the green coffee. My trainer, his name Rocky Road, Q Robusta trainer, he say, you know, you can buy the coffee that is 12% moisture, that is fine. But I would prefer 11% moisture. If you buy 12% moisture, that means you are paying 1% of water in the coffee. Therefore, instead of getting 100 kilo of coffee, that 1% is 1 kilo of water. So that is why getting coffee 11% is important. Budget-wise, I mean, financial-wise, yes, and also quality-wise. You want the coffee not to be too high on the moisture content or too low on the moisture content for many reasons, which we'll cover later on. But then if we talk about what is the moisture content of the normal fully ripe cherry, it's 60, 65, 60 or 65. But if you do not pick when they are ripened and you leave it on the tree, definitely generally it will start to dry out, and when it dry, it lost half of it content, moisture content. Overripe cherry only remaining from 60 to 30, okay? And it's gone bad. I heard some technique, some people like to make it overripe before they pick because they say it gets sweeter. เหมือนผลไม้ที่มันสุกมากๆ like very over ripening coffee will make it very sweet. Anybody agree or disagree? มีใครเห็นด้วยไหมครับ? No? Anyone pick a over ripening coffee before? Because we have some technique that you can do with Catimor. For example, when you do a Catimor coffee, or no, Castillo, sorry. There was a time when Castillo was used and designed from Catimor blend with some other Arabica coffee in Colombia. When they created that Catimor, usually when they pick according to understanding of Arabica coffee, which they pick as the red cherry. But when they pick that red cherry, they find coffee to be very astringent. Fat, kiao, is like it's not ripening yet. So they know that the coffee, this redness of this cherry does not mean ripen for Castillo, but it's maybe mean already ripened for Typica, for Bourbon, for Caturra. Yes, this redness is ripe and ready to be picked. But for Castillo, this red may have to be a little bit darker red to make sure that it's ripened. This is one way of that. In Colombia, they learn how to do that the years after, and the Castillo become less astringent. Okay, so something about picking the coffee and the definition of overripe also important. Sometimes we do not want to justตัดสิน หรือ judges by the color of it, because sometimes it's green, sometimes it's fermented, but we need to taste them too. We need to taste the coffee before we can decide what we're going to do with it. So this one we already mentioned that we strip all the coffee at the end of the session, at the end of the season, to prevent all these disease and pests and to encourage more blossoms. And fermented coffee will usually come from over-ripened coffee. And if you find something astringent, that is definitely from immature coffee. That coffee is not ripened enough. What else we need to know about? Well, wash process, we already done that. Everybody know about it. A few things they want to know: the popper. There is a few type of popper, just like in our kitchen. I mean, there's many juicer, blender. For this one, there is vertical disc popper, and there is horizontal drum popper. That it just, I think it's depend on the price, depend on the availability of your waters. If there is an eco popper that use less water, I think it just depends. Kun Todd, what is the normal popper you use in your area, your farm?
Yeah, the horizontal drum depulper, very cheap model, very simple.
Very cheap, no? Cheap, basic, easy to maintain, I would say.
Yeah.
Drum is everywhere. And vertical disc popper, anybody has that? มีใครใช้แบบแนวตั้งไหมครับ? No? Vertical disc popper? Or everybody usually use the drum, I would say. Just like coffee roaster, they use drum only, drum roaster. Basic. Okay, next. Thank you, Todd. So the wash process is, very commonly used, because if you want to use a natural process, it takes a lot of time for it to dry. But if you use wash process, the time is cut by half, or like cut by 80%. Wash process, because you remove like the skin, the mucilage, the part, and everything else, so it's get dry much faster. That's why it's good for business. Wash process coffee. Okay, this one already done. Any question of wash process? Nope, because everybody done that. No, sorry. Now, natural process coffee is the very traditional, very old method. Tradition, like it is the very first method used in Ethiopia when they discovered the coffee, like a long time ago. And that is like tradition. But then once coffee get mainstream and people just want more coffee, natural process is just not fast enough to dry coffee for 2 months before it dry. So that is why naturally, suddenly there is a wash process showing up. And that wash process showing up just to speed things up. Then later on, they find there's a difference between flavor of natural process and wash process. So people try to get something similar to the natural process, which is still sweet, some body with bodies. So that's where honey process come in later on. So honey process you would get some characteristic as good as natural process, but you get the performance and the speed of drying of the wash process. And then there is another country like Sumatra country where they the humidity is very high. It's always raining all the time. You don't have so much time to dry the coffee. So they do a wet haul process where they want to speed things even faster. They just, the parchment that you will normally do with wash process, they take that parchment out, dry it just maybe like half a day, and use that very piak parchment into depulping again. Not depulping, the dehauling, just remove the hauling machine to remove that parchment. But that parchment, because it's very high moisture content, that parchment is very sticky. So usually when the parchment is very sticky, that dehauling machine has to be pushed the blade close to each other, and sometimes it's damage your green coffee. So wet haul coffee bean usually look terrible. Wish you would have that wet haul coffee next week, and you would get to taste them too. We have Sumatra wet haul coffee. It tastes not bad. It's pretty good. Guatemala coffee and Sumatra coffee and Kenya coffee that you're gonna have next week. Oh, and you also have Ethiopia and Geisha coffee. So many coffee next week. And Kun Kamson know there is a lot of coffee because he already checked. That's a lot of coffee. So aside from just cupping the coffee, just make sure enjoy the coffee too. So natural process, done. So usually the sensory that related to natural processed coffee is if you have some sort of astringent, usually it's come from picking process, because when you do a natural process, you just pick the coffee and then you sort the coffee, then you dry the coffee. There is only 3 steps to do. So if something go wrong, you have to understand that sensory aspect, which you can find in the books, it will tell you what's wrong with the coffee. So there's picking, sorting, and drying. And picking, if you pick it nice, you shouldn't find anything astringent or unripened or over-ripened sensory aspect, like over fermented or astringent. But if you find something moldy, like phenolic or fungus or something really bad, you can definitely go check your drying facility. What's wrong is my drying process. Why? Because your picking is okay. Your sorting is okay. And then suddenly something wrong with the drying process that make your coffee taste get phenolic and get, not clean cup and get deduct 4 points on that. So that's very important. Natural process is the most common processing because it's so easy. It's less inputs, less water. Brazil like to do it. Brazil, the #1 coffee exporter producer in the world. They dry the coffee from 60% moisture down to maybe 30% moisture, and then they put that 30% moisture into a drying machine, into a dryer, just like a cloth dryer, and then they dry that down to 12 or 11%. 13 to 12% of parchment, and then before they remove it to 11% of green coffee of moisture content. So there is a lot of planning to work. However, the risk of the natural process, the same risk we have with our natural process Ethiopia coffee here. The risk is because we are normally like when people ask natural process, we do not float the coffee. We do not let it wet the coffee at all. Because when your sherry was picked, okay, when sherry was picked, that means it stopped getting water. It stopped getting water. It stopped getting moisture content. Therefore, with that, your coffee will start to ferment. Okay, when it starts to ferment, that means your coffee start making flavor. But if you pick your coffee, your natural processed coffee, and put in a soaking tank, your coffee will sort of stop that fermentation process. And when they stop doing that, the problem is you will not have it will not develop any more flavors, but it will be clean, but it's not going to get its full potential. So if you're going to do a natural processed coffee, I suggest just remove one of the floating. Do not float your natural processed coffee. And just dry it. Pick the coffee, make sure it's red, and then suddenly just dry it. Don't float them. But if the rain come, like for example, you dry it for like 2 weeks, and then suddenly the rain come and then it gets humid, the fermentation process stop again. Yeah, sometimes that's happened. That's why you need to have a very nice place where you can control humidity to make sure natural process is drying nicely to get a very amazing fermentation, like complex fruity berry flavors, apricot, peach, that kind of flavors. That is by controlling the dryness of the coffee. How to dry the coffee is very important because it's controlling the precursor of your flavor in the coffee. And the risk is because of that, because when we dry the entire thing, we cannot see which cherry was bugged, like which cherry was eaten by this insect, because it looked like a whole cherry. So you will need a gravity sorter that will help you to do that again. You may remove the, when you finish with your drying natural process and you remove the coffee bean, the green coffee should be removed again. The green coffee should not removed, should be sorted again by using gravity sorter. That will help you, separate a high density and low density green coffee. Very nice to do. So equipment and knowledge to do that. Any questions before we move on to pop natural, like 30 seconds, and we continue very fast? My cup. Good, I'll continue. So as already mentioned, pop natural process just to make things faster and still taste as close, as good, as natural as possible, but you get the performance of the wet process very fast, very nice. But because of that very sticky puff, because you remove the skin, what is remaining is the very sticky on your hands, sticky everything else. That natural process needs to be, that honey process or pop natural should be stirred at least once a day, a minimum 6 to 8 days with drying in the sun, just to make sure that outside will totally be dry. The experience with this one is that when you peel the mango, and the mango very sticky, and if you peel that mango out and left in the sun, it will get very sticky. And if you do not flip them or rotate them or stir them, it will get, at the bottom, it will get like almost rotten because it's not dry. So you want to dry them very nicely in a cup. And that is on the coffee. So drying it harder. Yes, here they say drying is harder for pop natural than the wash process, but it's faster than a natural process. Then they also say the amount of whatever left, the mucilage or the pop that was left on the parchment will make amazing different flavor, like honey process or semi-wash. They are the same. They are black honey, yellow honey, red honey. All this honey is depend on the amount that is left. 90%, 80%, 60%, 50%. That is really depend on how you want to repeat them. The point is you want to be able to repeat your coffee. At the moment, I would like to see him brewing coffee. Anybody want coffee? It's nice. Take a break from the presentation. Our presentation is so boring. Man. Coffee cup. What are you brewing, cup? This is a 30-second commercial break with Kun O.
ตัวนี้เป็นตัวที่โปรเซสเองครับผมก็ โปรเซสปีที่ผ่านมานี่แหละครับก็บังเอิญว่ามีการส่งไปเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะฮะตรวจคะแนนเหรอครับก็มีโครงการของ Alive Plus กับ Clean นี่แหละครับให้ทาง Uni Coffee เขาเป็นคนจัดการส่งไปเหมือนกับเป็น competition นิดนึงอะครับแล้วก็ถ้าคะแนนเยอะกว่า80ก็จะเอาเข้าประมูลอะไรประมาณนี้ครับแต่ผมไม่ทราบมาก่อนนะแต่ว่าปีที่แล้วมีของอเมริกาจัดประกวดเราก็แบบว่าถ้าเราจะลองฝึกดูแล้วก็มีคนมาชิมให้คะแนนแล้วเราก็จะได้วัดว่าสิ่งที่เราทำเนี่ยมันทำยังไงมันถึงจะพัฒนาต่อได้อะไรเงี้ยครับ
ครับ
ก็เป็นไงบ้างครับทำไว้3 โปรเซสก็ดีนะครับผมทำเยลโล่คาตูล่าครับของความสูง1,300ก็ได้ขนุนครับผมได้กลิ่นขนุนไปคัพปิ้งกับอาจารย์นี่แหละครับอาจารย์ที่บอกวิธีโปรเซสเนี่ยก็ได้กลิ่นขนุนครับได้มีกลิ่นได้มีรสขนุนติดมาครับผมก็พอใจครับก็เดี๋ยวรอดูว่าเขาจะให้คะแนนเท่าไหร่ครับผม
ขนุนมาจากไหน
ขนุนผมไม่ทราบเลยคือจริงๆแล้วคือ
แล้วก็ process natural process หรือ honey process
natural ครับ natural
โอเคใช่ถ้า natural
ก็เป็น anaerobic ด้วยครับคือจริงๆแล้วผมเข้าใจว่า anaerobic ต้องไล่แก๊สออกหมดแต่จริงๆก็คือไล่อากาศออกหมดนะครับแต่ว่าเราใช้ถุงไล่ครับอาจารย์แกก็บอกคือมันไล่อากาศออกไม่หมดคือเรารีดอากาศออกให้หมดแล้วเหมือนเราทำสุญญากาศนะครับแล้วก็หมักไว้ผมทำแบบหมักไว้48 ชั่วโมงกับ72 ชั่วโมงตัว72 ชั่วโมงเนี่ยกลิ่นขนุนชัดมากครับ
ไม่ได้ใส่ยีสต์ไม่ได้ใส่อะไรใช่ไหม
ไม่ครับผมแอนาโรบิกด้วยถุงตีไป3 วันครับแล้วก็ตากกับแดด20 วันตากกับแดดที่สวนนะครับ20 วันแล้วก็เอามาหมักในถุงอีก3 วันแล้วก็ตากในร่มครับที่เหลือจนแห้งครับตากในร่มแบบตากใต้ถุนในกระต๊อบอะครับใต้ถุนที่พักนะครับครับประมาณนั้น
แล้วถ้าเกิดเปลี่ยนที่ตากมันก็จะเปลี่ยนรสชาติไหมบังเอิญว่าโอ้โหใต้ขุนกระต๊อบนี่มันมีต้นขนุนอยู่ใกล้ๆนะ
จริงครับมีต้นขนุนแต่ว่าไม่เยอะครับก็มีต้น
กลิ่นขนุนมันแรงมากนะแล้วกาแฟมันดูดกลิ่น
แต่ก่อนเนี้ยเขาจะปลูกที่ปากซองเขาจะปลูกขนุนเพื่อกันลมนะครับอันนี้ผมได้ยินผู้แก่ผู้เฒ่าเขาพูดมาครับจริงหรือเปล่าฮะไม่ใช่ใช่ไหม
พี่คำสอนเขาปลูกขนุนกันลมเปล่า
ใช่มีบางส่วนปลูกขนุน
ครับ
แล้วก็แต่ว่าพี่ปรเมศรู้ได้ไงว่ามันเป็นขนุนกับทุเรียนดูยังไง
โอ้ยขนุนแน่นอน
ดูที่หนาม
คือแต่ก่อนเนี้ยชาวบ้านที่ปากซองเนี่ยจะปลูกขนุนกับไผ่ครับปลูกขนุนเพื่อเป็นเขตแดนครับมันอาจจะเป็นว่ามันเกิดง่าย
ครับง่ายกว่าเลี้ยงง่าย
ก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าขนุนกลายเป็นตัวกันลมไปเลยกับคือถ้าหัวมุมของที่ดินเนี่ยจะเป็นไม้ไผ่ซะส่วนใหญ่เลยครับครับประมาณนั้นครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นในเรื่องของขนุนถามว่าขนุนนี่เป็นตัวดีแล้วนะมันกลิ่นมันแรงมากคือตอนที่ผมทำคิวอาราบิก้าแล้วผมฝึก sensory แล้วมัน saying how the jackfruit smell is very strong and when I was doing Q grading Q practice and I was making ผมก็ต้องผสมน้ำเนาะ acidity ใช่ไหม I make acidity 1 2 3 4เปรี้ยว1เปรี้ยว2เปรี้ยว3เปรี้ยว4 sweet 1 sweet 2 sweet 3 sweet 4 and I have I don't know malic 1 malic 2 malic 3 malic 4 and salty 1 2 3 and 4 all of this 16 cup I taste jackfruit so I asked what is wrong with the water everything is sweet and then I've opened the refrigerator remember พี่ตั้มซื้อ jackfruit มาใส่ตู้เย็น and it was yeah and that just really strong in the water นะครับ is somehow get into all my bottled waters it's like wow so ขนุน you can dry your coffee with ขนุนyes it will absorb and jackfruit is good if that coffee jackfruit นะ my recommendation นะ jackfruit coffee Make roasted medium, make an espresso, put with milk as a cappuccino with a little bit condensed milk. It will taste like ทุเรียนกะทิ Yes, it will taste like ทุเรียนกะทิ You should try. อร่อยมาก ผมลองแล้ว
ได้ยินแล้วอยากกินเลยครับ
เฮ้ยข้างล่างผมมีงานทุเรียนพอดีผมซื้อทุเรียนดีกว่า ขอบคุณครับผมสำหรับเบรกดื่มกาแฟก่อนครับเดี๋ยวมันจะไม่ร้อนขอบคุณครับผม So that is jackfruit coffee. I think everybody should try. พี่ปรเมศฝากเอาไป Can you bring it to the session next week?
ได้ครับผมมี
โอเค
ที่ส่งไปประกวดอ่ะเขาให้ส่งไป4 กิโลครับแล้วเขาแบ่งเป็นถุงอ่ะเขาเอากลับมาให้ผมน่าจะโลนึงครับ
โอเค
ก็เดี๋ยวคือจริงๆผม
กัน
เอาไปคัพปิ้งกับอาจารย์ผมแล้วก็โอเคนะผมชอบครับผมเดี๋ยวผมจะถือไปด้วย
ขอบคุณครับ
ผมยกนะครับ
เอาไปให้เพื่อนๆได้ลองชิมกันว้าว Cheers ครับ Hey nobody has cup อร่อยมากโอเคทีนี้ next thing the one thing คุณปรเมศ mentioned is drying you know he put in the bag for 3 days and then he dry in the sun for 20 days and put in the bags again for another 3 days and then drying under the house drying is the most important because drying control your fermentation drying control your flavor same as ripening the coffee if you're ripening the coffee fast it gets less complex if you're ripening it slower you get higher density of coffee and you also get better coffee flavors so for drying the coffee same concept dry it slow take longer time but make sure you have a very good airflow นะครับ air ventilation not airflow air ventilation to keep it going นะครับ we do not want it to have too high airflow and dry it too fast there is a technique in Costa Rica where they dry the coffee in layers for example they have แคร่ชนิดหนึ่งแคร่ you know แคร่2 the patio 1 patio 2 patio 3 patio 4 whatever you want it to dry fast that first cup they put it at the top because it gets some sunlight okay whatever you want it to dry slower you put it on the second floor third at the bottom and then way to the bottom first week second week third week and fourth week or something similar to that because that is one way you can control the rate of drying okay? the rate of dryings let's take a look what is their concern well first of all as mentioned that we need to dry the coffee before we do shipping in Thailand I had a lot of coffee that is 18% 15% moisture content when they send it to us but it's okay for me because we're going to use it right away next week or this week anyway but for you guys that's going to export the coffee to some other part of the world we need to make sure your coffee is dry to be below 13% because anything above 13% is there is a chance you get fungus there is a chance you get bacteria get เชื้อรา everything else you know that is not good and if you get infected on one bag it will spread into another bag as well this is an example of drying like traditionally on the left and then mechanically on the right like how the Brazil do it Champasak they have a few drying machine นะครับผม I think they have a few dryer machine in a lot of places like Miracle นะ His Miracle has it I think CPC might have it too Louis de France I'm not sure
only mostly commodity exporter have some
we have a few people actually we have a few people they have this one they are made from Vietnam so that would be nice if you guys get to meet the Champasak team they have it too and it would be fun if you follow up on their video because they are a lot of export to Thai export to Europe they like a lot of coffee for them and then drying how thick if you dry with a parchment wash process or honey process it would be 2 to 4 centimeters and if you do a whole sherry it would be 4 to 6 centimeters for me, my suggestion anywhere is just use 4 centimeter or 1 inch. 1 inch is like 1 finger, right? ประมาณ 1 ข้อนิ้ว So that is a 4 centimeter is a good numbers. A 4 centimeter, maybe not too fast and not too slow for parchment. And 4 centimeter for hosiery, it could be good as well, not too thick. If it's too thick, because we are located in a very humid area, Southeast Asia, very humid. So we do not want it to be too thick. Otherwise, there is a chance of mold. And sometimes we need to do visual inspection aside from just, ใช้มือกวน just using the hand, flip the coffee bean. You need to look carefully. Sometimes it, visually will help you. Oh, the mold start here. You need to remove the entire patio ตรงเนี้ย to dry somewhere else, so this moldy doesn't infect another coffee in the same areas. So drying, a dryer, like what's the temperature for drying? If you want to use a machine to dry, here is a number. So 20 cent at first, temperature for drying 20 Celsius, then later 35 Celsius. I think this is their recommendation, which really hard to do in Thai, because unless you are very cold areas, and that mean at the beginning they want you to dry at slower rate, so use a lower temperature at the beginning. Then later on, when you like maybe on the next week or something, you can dry it at the higher rate of drying at 35 degrees Celsius, which is full sun now. If you want to use a mechanical dryer, just make sure do not exceed 40 degrees Celsius. That number is related to optimum cup qualities. Okay. Then if you have a higher sun, is very hot during noon, make sure you cover with a slant, something to cover so it's not too hot, to produce a better cup quality. And in the end, we want the target moisture content to be 12%. But this 12% obviously is the parchment and 12% for the sherry coffee. By the time you dry it and by the time you remove the parchment, you probably get an 11% moisture content on green coffee. The exception we have is monsoon Malabar, that usually they get like 15 or 13% on the coffee itself, and that is just the one exception for the coffee.
May I have a question for clarification? Because during the pre-queue for the competition, as Kun O mentioned, Kun Paramet mentioned, that's we found that many sample that the green bean has the moisture more than 12%. Okay. When we do the pre-queue, when the mini coffee.
What machine do you use to do the moisture content?
Yeah, that's the how to say the portable moisture meter.
Okay.
Yeah. But this 12% is applied to the parchment or applied to the green beans?
The number here I would assume to be parchment, because when you go to the field, you measure the parchment, and when you go to the field, you measure the sherry, right? The dry sherry. Okay. So yes, this is according to the few certain numbers. Not we are not gonna take the coffee and bring it to just bring it to the lab and remove the parchment and then measure the green coffee and go back again. We don't do that. So that's the parchment or the sherry itself.
Or the dry, if not by natural, that's the dry dry coffee. Yes, because I observed also in the northern of Laos. I went to many districts in Laos. I found that because the high humidity and very cold temperature during November, December, January in the north, and it was very difficult to the farmer to how to say, to dry and then also to keep properly, because because the storage and this is very difficult for the farmer to find good. But I'm not sure about how Mueang Siang taught how you deal with these issues, because I observe in some Thai, some a technical person, she has to carry the moisture meter with her everywhere when she go to the farmer.
Yeah, I know.
How about your case in Mueang Siang? Could you share a little bit?
Mueang Siang.
Well, that's me. One way that we found that helped some farmers in the case, because the moisture meter is quite expensive, so we have farms scattered everywhere and cannot buy one for every farm. So in that case, you can take a Pepsi can and you can rub the top off of the can, and then you fill that with parchment coffee and you weigh it. If the weight is below 150 grams, then that's about right. It's not completely accurate, but it's better than nothing.
But then you would get a density rather than just moisture, right?
That's why I say it's not completely accurate, but it's better than
but the point is, you can make that as your own research. Get only one machine, like get that one machine, and you do that, and then confirm if it 150, what that's 150 transfer to into moisture content. If you get 140 grams, what does that translate into moisture content? Then you would have a table. With this table, you just need to bring out the table. So your farmer would have a table list that will usually make it, more technical term rather than just, I don't know, Todd say 150 is okay. What about 154? You know what I mean? If you have a table like a pilot, we can interpolate between the numbers. The interesting thing is you want to collect this data and start to average them, because this farm might be Catimore, another farm might be Typica, another farm might be something else. That is also play impact on the size of the bean, because that can is fixed volume, but sometimes the size is larger for this farm, so it can fit less coffee beans in it. Some coffee bean is smaller in size, so it can fit more coffee bean in it, and it become heavier even though it's already dry. You know what I mean? So you need to have just one machine and use that one machine as your guide to create a lot of this thing.
May I complete
Yep,
or add something to Todd and answer to Mr. Khamsan's question? Yes, in the north it's very challenging. And in the higher plains in general, like in Dak Cheng, Sekong, it's even worse. So what our support to the farmers is to buy for them some moisture meter, which is a very expensive item for them. It reaches about $1,000, something like that, slightly less. And then through following up a simple traceability system of the different batches, we recommend them to check the oldest batches of parchment at least 1 week before it is picked up or delivered to the buyer. So sometimes it requires further drying because it absorbs some humidity for 1 or 2 months, and that's how they can reach around between 11 to 12%. But it has to be associated with this traceability system of their own coffee batches, actually.
ขอบคุณครับ It's really I would say just important. It's very important to control everything as much as you can. I mean, as Todd said, it's better than nothing, whatever you do, but there is a lot of variable. Go ahead.
I just shared a file in the chat, which is a Word file of our data collection sheet. And just want to say a bit about that, especially for when we are experimenting with new processes or sometimes even old processes, like we do what we do, but we don't necessarily understand why, or we don't remember every factor that influenced the drying or influenced the fermentation. And so we started using this data collection sheet, and it really starts to help our staff understand what it is they're doing, what's different about this year that makes the process change, etc.
So the numbers
I haven't if you need.
It's important for data collecting because it's just like how we, in sensory science, we do data collections, right? And with data, the number doesn't lie. It just say what it is. So the more you collect, the more significant result, the more significant answer you can answer and tell somebody, this is from the data collections. Like if you tell me this is 150 gram, anything be below that, then it's good. And we just need to collect more. That's all to make numbers. Let me see that table. This is the table that Todd mentions. Let me see if I open it. Where? 1 second. Take a long time. Here you go. Even though I cannot read, I can see how organized it gets and make it very easy for the farmer to follow through. If you give something like SCA cupping form to the farmer, they will freak out. Like, what are you talking about? Right? So it is very nice. You make this yourself, Todd?
Actually, I follow a coffee processor named Lucia Solis, and
good.
She shared, this is actually her data collection sheet, and I just took it and translated to Lao.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Lucia Solis is also pretty good, but she's collecting. She just come into coffee and she learn very fast because of data. With data, you can, go back and check what's going on, everything else. So date, time, and pH, and then something else. อุณหภูมิในบ่อแช่
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So that is something สังเกตใบทดสอบ and there is more.
This is for the drying on the back side. So inside the drying area, then you can put the date, and then eat 3 times a day. We decided to do it like that. 3 times a day we check the additions inside there.
How is that facility? Is that facility connected to Wi-Fi? May I ask something? I just want to know.
No, it's pretty remote, but my staff has access to internet with their smartphone. Yeah.
Oh, the reason I ask is right now sometimes we have some in Thailand. They use like sensor that's collect data, like Xiaomi brand. They have like a thermometer, temperature controller to just measure what's ever going on with the humidity in your area, what's ever going on with the temperature in your areas. Even though that will help you data collections, because that temperature and humidity will tell you if there is airflow collections, and you can see how that affect your whatever drying of your coffee bean and whatever moisture content of your coffee bean of this lot versus the other lot. Okay. So rely more on technology, less on the humans, a little bit. That would help you. There is some of the version that it will collect data for you until you go back there. So it will save the data for you as well. Excellent. Lucius, so this, yeah, nice. Next one, if you dry the coffee too dry. So I will give maybe another 5 or 10 minutes break later on, like right now, but we will go back. Let me finish this one. Okay. So people ask why you want 12% moisture content. As mentioned, sometimes that 12% would later dry into 11% of green coffee because there's still a waiting period, right? You don't just get the parchment and then suddenly you just, open and make it green coffee. But if you got too dry, if your parchment become too dry, like 9.5% too dry, it will be brittle, and yes, you have chip bean. Your bean will be broken. That is also not good for your coffee because that would expose interior of the coffee bean, which when you roasted the coffee, it will be bad. And when you're grading the coffee and sorting the coffee, it will be, it will not score very nice. So that is also a defect on the coffee. So if you see chip bean, a lot of chip bean on your coffee, you can suspect that it's come from that coffee bean that are too dry. Okay, too dry. That's one thing. This is a resting period. Usually very interesting theory นะครับขอบอกให้เหมือนบอกให้ลืมต้นนะภาษาไทยผลไม้มาแล้วกินส้มโอแล้วต้องรอให้ลืมต้นก่อนถึงจะหวาน This is the rest period for coffee. Usually they say 30 to 120 days for the coffee to rest after you get the 12% moisture content before we do any roasting with them. The reason is they say it's called aging. And interesting thing is there is not much research on it. It's a myth and the theories. And I don't do aging. I get the coffee, I just use it because we need to use it. And I don't find anything wrong with the coffee that I roast. If I find things it's too astringent, I just roast it a little bit more time and longer, or extract longer to reduce astringency. That's pretty much the only thing I can think of. But a little bit of the reason that they have is if the coffee need to be rest is because they want the coffee, because inside coffee there is two types of water. There is one is moisture content, there is another one is free water that we use water activity meter to measure it. These two are working sort of side by side. ถ้าภาษาไทยเวลาผมอธิบายให้คนอื่นฟังเวลาภาษาไทยอธิบายให้คนอื่นฟังคือกาแฟมันแห้งที่ 12% แล้วแต่มันยังแห้งไม่สนิทโอเคถ้าเป็นอีกอันหนึ่งกาแฟแห้งและแห้งสนิทคือกาแฟแห้งที่ 12% และ water activity ก็อยู่ที่ 0.5 อันนี้คือกาแฟที่แห้งได้ดีและแห้งสนิทแต่ถ้าแห้งไม่สนิทคือ water activity ก็ยังเป็น 0.7 หรือสูงกว่านะครับผม so if in like when I explain to some other student I would say yeah the water content yes your coffee is dry but not is totally dry. What do you mean? Well, it will continue to deteriorate the whatever flavor or organic acid inside your coffee because there are free water is still working. We want the coffee to be dry with moisture content and also dry on the water activity side as well. So the reason they want to rest the coffee is to equalize that water content within the seed, and that which means to make that water activity sort of stabilize before you go do anything else. With that good water content, it will help you roasting coffee easier because we want moisture to roast the coffee because moisture is the ingredient that we need to transfer the heat from outside, which is in the drum of the coffee, onto the moisture content, and that moisture will absorb the heat from outside into your coffee bean. That's what That's how you're roasting the coffee actually. You need the moisture to do it. If your coffee is too dry, therefore your coffee does not have moisture content enough, that means when the heat is outside, there is no carrier to bring out the heat from inside into the coffee beans. Therefore, there's too much heat on the outside of the coffee and your coffee bean will get burned on the outside. So that's why moisture content is super important, even for roaster, for farmer. We focus on the water content because too high, you get moldy and fungus. Too low, your coffee gets faded away. For roaster, yeah, high, 11% is good. Too low, yes, coffee is too dry. It's a different technique of roasting coffee. Then we talk about drying. If you're drying not enough, you might get a chance of toxic like ochratoxin, like fungi and everything else. So that is very dangerous, not good. OTA. So this is something like a big company usually do. There will be part that it will ask on some of your exam. I think in the practical exam that say, okay, when you have a coffee bean, what do you do with it? I grade it, I sort it, I color sort it, I check moisture content. What else you can do? I check density. Okay, thank you. What else you can do? You can measure and you can evaluate for its ochratoxin. You can send it to the lab and check if there is any toxic in your coffee or not. Because this is something you cannot use at home. There is no equipment at home that we can check OTA. You need to send that to the lab to check it. So this is something that you can do. Just send to the lab. Most of the people only concerned about sending to the lab for score. What is my coffee score? But nobody is sent to the lab, is my coffee safe? Right? Totally. But my coffee, I don't care if it's safe. I just want it to have a high score. So there's two type of people. But anyway, so this is something I want you guys to focus on, OTA. If you start exporting coffee, this is something that they will look for, OTA certificate, that your coffee has no mycotoxin. And usually they say OTA usually form in the drying phase. That means you are not drying good enough. That would be the problem as well. Milling, removing the skin, everything else. So this one already know. We rested, drying and a milling, we aging it for almost 2 months. I don't know why we want to age them. I just has a coffee that just dry. Okay, 12%. Okay. Just hulling it, dehulling it, and then just, okay, send it back here and we start roasting them. Because we are not concerning about storage, because we are not concerned about shipping in a container, because we roast it right now with 14%, with 12%, I don't know. But as long we still sort them, we sort them to be size 16 only. We source them to be clean and no defect only. We check on that, okay? But the resting, the aging and everything else, the 30 to 60 day things from me is a performance issue. If I have to waste 2 months before I can roast this coffee, I don't know, my customer waited too long, can't wait that long, okay? Maybe there should be another research like, okay, I have this coffee that hasn't been aged and this coffee has been aged for 2 months, and then we do a triangulation test and to see if there is a difference or not, okay? That is something we can do, but for me, no. The number, a good number is 50 to 70% humidity. And for drying area is 10 to 12, for the storage area, it's 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. And where you locate it should not be too hot or too cold in one day. I don't know, too hot 45 in the morning and 25 in the evening. The problem with too hot or too cold is when it's hot, you get humidity. When it's dry, you get less humidity. And that is where your coffee get condensed and get moisture into the coffee. And as in like a wet drop เป็นน้ำค้างอ่ะถ้ามันร้อนมากกับเย็นมากๆมันจะมีโอกาสที่เมล็ดกาแฟมันจะเย็นแล้วพอมันเจออะไรร้อนๆมันก็จะกลายเป็นน้ำค้างเหมือนตอนเช้าเหมือนแม่กันนิ้งเวลาสนามหญ้าตอนเช้าๆอากาศเย็นๆแล้วเจอแดด okay so that will happen to your coffee too นะครับ gotta be careful with that I think grading the coffee wow Oh, we should come back for grading the coffee. I give you 10 minutes break. I think everybody needs a bathroom break, a toilet break. We'll come back. Okay. Quick break. Anybody can talk about your jackfruit coffee. Happy Parliament. You can promote your jackfruit coffee and how you do it. You said you send out 3 coffee. Yeah, you send out 3 coffee. I want to know what's coffee. Remove pin. Okay. We'll be right back. 10 minutes.คุยต่อได้นะไม่มีอะไร
It's okay. We can talk about it later.
All right, you have a lot of day to talk about after practical session, like 4 days.
The reason why I pay attention to the moisture, because to me that's the moisture is, if we don't have a problem control in moisture, that can lead to many things in terms of the quality of coffee, and mycotoxin, as you mentioned, yes, because if the very moist and tend to to have this ochratoxin. You call ochratoxin, ochratoxin, in the coffee, and then also when when you keep it, store it, can how to say, can absorb another flavor or another non good the smell.
Yeah. Another problem we can have is because of that, some people want to dry really fast, and they don't care about it's too hot, something like that. But the extreme heat can also damage the beans, the integrity of the beans, and later on that can cause problems as well.
And very difficult to dry at the temperature, at 20%.
Right.
Very difficult in many places. Yeah. That's one factor, that important factor contribute to the quality of coffee.
Mr. Kamson, do you know about the drying machine that Ajahn talked in the South? Mr. Saksit, right? Micro coffee, Saksit.
ใช่ไปสิต้องไปเลย
That's suitable for a sort of big enterprise,
commercial,
commercial. I am talking about
because I think of the farmer in the Dakjing is the temperature is very humid, very cold. There it's difficult to dry the coffee correctly. Kim can add. So
it's difficult but not impossible. It was an argument for the middlemen actually to say that the farmers are not able to dry their own parchment because they wanted to buy the raw cherries. But if we want to disseminate some affordable models, like with the equipment that the farmers can
buy,
prepare by themselves or even buy, I would not recommend to buy some mechanical dryers. Because it's not only the machine, but also electricity, the maintenance, and so on, and the fixing. Yeah.
I think the drying house can help a lot. It's just you need to know how to control the drying house. It's not just you make a drying house and you can forget about the coffee, but if you know how to use the drying house, you know how to use it with shade at times, take the shade away at times, that can be a good way.
and store the parchment indoor at night time sometimes and so on. Yeah.
Yes, because I agree with Kim, the approach that we try to find the the technique that not expensive to the farmer. And I do see on maybe on of us that see that the most adaptable now technique is this build the drying house with this plastic cover, and that's the farmer quite affordable to the farmer. But I saw also a sort of drying bag. I saw in Uni Coffee in some Thai they use the drying bag. Yes, but that costs around $3,000 per bag. Is quite expensive. It's expensive to the farmer, smallholder farmer. So
I see. I saw the got ปักซองอย่างก็บริษัทปักซองมิสเตอร์แซมนะ has to
นั่นแหละครับขอบคุณครับผมมา I will go through the sorting right now นะครับผม we will talk about how we sort the coffee and we will continue and yes that drying is very important drying สำคัญมากๆเพราะว่า it depends on performance, right? It depends on the performance. If you dry too slow, the performance drop. So that is why people want to dry it faster and faster. That's why natural process become wash. There is a wash process, and if they want to dry even faster, it's get wet hole. So everything just it depends on make it dry faster. But there is such thing as not too fast or too fast. That is also important. For example, when I think someone talk about drying too fast, you get less complexity of the flavors. Think about natural process of Brazil. They dry it just to the point where you get chocolate. They don't, but if they dry it a little bit longer normally under the sun and just like a longer fermentation on drying, the drying coffee would go beyond chocolate to apricot, peach, or any other flavor. Just like any Ethiopia flavor, natural coffee. But because Brazil is focused, I think they weigh and check and weight and balance and see if they like anything else beyond chocolate flavors. Then they say, oh, let's just do this. This is to dry to this point, which is fermented enough to have that sweetness of the chocolate and remind you of the hazelnut and the peanut. Then just stop the drying process and put it in a dryer machine because the flavor still remain there. It's just not going to be any more complex than that. ก็เลยเป็นเรื่อง like you have to check and balance how it works นะครับ So grading, this is the last section that we have to talk about coffee quality. The next section and the section after will be on trading นะครับว่า how you want to trade the coffee and everything else. So grading the coffee is very important because a lot of defect would definitely impact the quality of the coffee, such as fermented and phenol, all these things that should not be in the coffee. What we already sent is some of this grading screen. I sent 2 sets of handmade grading screen, okay? But there are also, if Ms. Ajahn Kampon me grading screen, do you have it? Can you bring along? Anybody else have this one? Can you raise your hand? You do, right? Okay, so the point is the one that I sent is Thai made. It's not according to it's not 100% sound. It's like not really that wow because it doesn't have all the side that we want, but it's good enough. It's just 19 and then suddenly 16. But what I want when I make my grading, that I send it to you guys, I have an 18 size coffee. So ถ้าพี่มีเอาไซส์ 18 ไซส์ 18 มาให้ด้วยนะครับ just make sure you include size 18 17 16 นะครับ 18 17 16 15 14 okay
I think we have from 12 to
20
20 งั้นบอกกิม
Okay.
กิม
Yes, yes, yes. You have form 12. No, form 10 to 20.
10
10 to 20.
Oh,
I don't
amazing.
remember.
If I'm not wrong, come on, you have that
Okay.
one.
It's very important to bring that with you, and so that everybody can try see if it is the same and you know how it is นะครับผม so bring it with you because when we're grading the coffee, I already mixed a lot of sample. As you see, I coding everything in a sample, and this coding, like let's say 732, I would put 80% of size 18, 15% of size 16, and maybe 5% of size 14. That is what we created as part of the practical and exams, okay? So you would have pretty much a lot of coffee to play with next week, a lot of bags for you to play with. It would be fun. That is just sorting. The first thing you can do with the coffee, definitely sorting the coffee. Another exercise that you will have to do is about grading the coffee. Because yes, you can have a very good 18 size screen coffee, but does it have any defect? Maybe the one on the right is 18 screen, you know, number 18 as well, but that's a lot of defect of 18. You want an 18 that look like on the left, specialty grade นะครับผม so that is why it is important for you to grade the coffee by sorting it and by grading it นะครับ that is very important. Then we have to also check out the sensory impact that cause on the flavor of this coffee too. What else do we have? Bean size and altitude. Let's talk about bean size and altitude. This one we mentioned a little bit that some place they like when we talk about sorting, we're talking about the size, right? ขนาด no ขนาด Usually positive grading variable including bean size. Bean size, people say Supremo would be 18 plus for Colombia. Excelso would be about 17 for Colombia. That's Colombia. But the problem is, for example, like Guatemala, which they do not have coffee bean like size 18. So they have to declare the coffee by altitude. Strictly hard bean, strictly high grown, and all of this is also another way to grade the coffee. Here, for example, Colombia, they use Supremo and Excelso. Kenya, they use AA, AB, or just A. The keyword is here. There is no universal grading. You can make your own, okay? But in Thailand, I see a lot of AA, I think, in Thailand. But A for Thai is size 16. But A for Colombia is, Kenya is like 18, I think. So you have to understand the definition of A size is difference นะครับผม you ต้องไปหาดูว่าของเราเป็น size ไหน Then Central America say, well, if you grading coffee by size, that's not fair because we do not have, our variety is small, but our varieties are grown at higher altitude, you know. So if you grow at high altitude and small, that doesn't qualify as a bad coffee. Our coffee is still good coffee, even though it is small. Okay, so then they classify itself according to the altitude range, like according to SG, HB, HG, and everything else.นะครับ. That is what it's for. Strictly high grown, strictly hard beans, high grown only between 900 to 1,200 meters, and central standard, which is 900 and below. Okay, so the coffee that PO mentioned, his coffee could be Lao SHG. Okay, instead of saying, oh, Lao AA size, you know, we do not have to go by AA or AD or, you know, AA size or not. We don't have to be Lao Supremo. We could be Lao SHG. Because I grow at this altitude and I don't care about my screen size because my coffee has a higher density and it's good coffee. เข้าใจใช่ไหมครับ So you need to know that certain standards were created, and if you follow some standard, it will not be fair to you. But it is a standard somewhere, but it may not be proper in certain area. So you guys need to make your own standard, or an Asian, we need to make our own standard. Otherwise, we will be lost in the business. We will lost the people in the business that create a standard is not proper for us. So what else we have to do? The important is visually and sensory defect. The defect can happen along the way since you're picking the coffee, sorting the coffee, or drying the coffee. That's where we cover. And when we roast the coffee, we need to be able to identify the wood quicker in the roasted coffee bean. Okay. And also do a green coffee evaluation of 350 grams sample weight. That is according to SCA. But I think FAQ, they only do 300 grams of coffee. And that means different standard, they do different grading on different amount of coffee graded. Like I am a coffee shop and I do SCA, I do 350 grams and I got this defect, but my trader say, oh, he'll do 300 FAQ. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. Then the price will be different. It's more commercially and more like, lower standard of their coffee. I mean, lower standard of their classification. Where can you find all of this standard? In the books. There is this in the download document that I already sent it to you. One is the one here, Wash Arabica grading form. This guy here, we show you one at a time. Then there is a book, it's this book here, Wash Arabica Green Coffee Defect Guide. Then there is this poster that people like to print it out, very helpful. You can print in A1 size. And then there is this one that we made last time, and now we just put them in category of defect for you. You will see a lot more. So where this portal on the right come from? It come from a book. That book, Wash Arabica Green Coffee Defect. And within that books, within that PDF that you already have, you will see something similar to here. The definition of specialty grade, the definition, what is specialty grade coffee? You have to pass the green coffee defect count. You have to pass the roasted coffee defect count. And you have to get 80% plus score on cupping. So you have three stages you need to get to. Then in the book, sometimes you say, where is partial black come from? Where is this and that come from? The important thing is you read this book and it will tell you how to fix your problem. Full black, it would affect on your quality. You get something ferment, acetic acid, musty, earthy, moldy, sour, phenolic flavor. Yes, on the practical and the exam, you would have full black. I will put 5, Cindy will put 5 full black for you in the cups and see if you find any of these flavors. How do you fix that? Here, where's the cause of it? They said the cause from fermenting pigment, blah, blah, blah. Remedy is how you fix it. Well, if you need to, at the agriculture, this is how you fix it. Or if you think it's happened at the processing, this is how you fix it. They have all the information from effect on the cup quality, issues, causes, and remedies, how to fix the problem. Very nice, very informative books. Or this is how it looked like. Full black, partial black. Full black, 1 defect equal 1 bean. The partial black, 3 bean equal 1 defect. 3 bean equal 1 defect. It is possible that you may have specialty coffee with a lot of partial black, like 10 partial black, because 10 partial black is still only translated into 9 bean, no 10, 9 beans, only 3 defects. นะครับผม 3 defects still specialty because here it's saying lesson category 2 because category 1 must be 0 in category 1. Category 2 must be less than 5, equal to or less than 5. 10 partial defect mean 3 defect from category 2 and still qualify your coffee as specialty. Okay? Important. ไม่อย่างนั้น otherwise if you do not grade it properly, you will sort of disqualify your own coffee into a non-specialty category by yourself. นะครับ It is important to say, that this means I can have 50 slight insect damage. Yeah, you can have 50 slight insect damage and still qualify as specialty coffee. The reason is because slight insect damage would require 10. Here, this chart, 10 to 1. Here. Slight insect damage, 10 insect. 10 beans equal 1 defect. If you have 50 beans, slight insect damage bean, that's only, it just translates to 5 defect from category 2. So equal or less than 5. Okay, equal to 5 or less than 5. Therefore, if your coffee from 350 gram sample, and that's all you have, slight insect damage, you are still qualified as specialty coffee นะครับ you still qualify as specialty coffee. Do not overgrade the coffee นะครับ do not overgrade the coffee. So all these things that you also can look at. Okay, category 1, this is what it look like at the bottom. Category 2, okay, you have in the poster, so take a look on it, and also all this file, you must look at it. Okay, because on the exam, you will be exam and test based on your understanding from visually. You have to understand which one is full black, which one considered full sour, which one is severe insect damage versus slightly insect damage. Always dry pot and cherry. Okay, stone, yeah, also. This is slight insect damage. Where can you find the definition of each one? You can find them in the books. In this book, the Wash Arabica Green Coffee Defect Guide, it will tell you what it look like and what is qualified as slight insect damage versus severe insect damage. That is the grading activity that you need to do, grading sample, identify the Quakers and everything else. If we have time, we will do everything. We can do, because Cindy already know how to do everything. And Mr. Kamson is there. I think it would be very fast for this group. Last group, we have to arrange a lot of work, but right now it seems that Cindy was able to generate sensory exam and green grading exam within just days. Within 1 or 2 days only. So with a lot of practice. That is grading. That's done. มีคำถามอะไรเพิ่มไหมครับ Before we go into marketing and contract, which is, I'm not sure if anybody interested on that, but it's very nice. Kim, Cap, go ahead.
So for the exam, we need to memorize each kind of defects, category 1 and 2.
No. We have a table to look at white gradings.
Okay, and we can use the posters at that time? Or the material you just showed?
Officially, no.
Okay.
On the record, no, because we're recording it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We won't use it then.
Yeah, don't use it. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I saw something on the slide you passed by quickly, but I have a question about that thing. It's gravity separator or gravity sorter, density tables, whatever you call it. Do you have any thoughts about, is that helpful in sorting coffee? Will it decrease labor costs, etc.?
It will be very good if you have it. It will make your coffee with certain density, density A, density B, and density C. But you need to do it twice, a few times. It will make sure your coffee will be a totally different world. I mean, seriously different, because by eye, it look normal, because when you measure the density, everything else, moisture content, you need bulk density. That's why you say bulk density, the entire density of it. But if you put on this solder, it will shake, 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 and you will get just the coffee on this density, because the heavier one would move here, the lighter one would move into the other directions. It will help you, and I think it's not cheap, but a lot of big player has it, and it helped them to create consistency on the extraction. I mean, consistency, quality of the coffee, and reduce the labor, reduce labor costs. The facility that we went to in Chiang Mai in this January, we went our facility. We may almost say almost. We are working together. They have the popping machine, hulling machine, removing the parchment, everything else for wash process, and remove the natural processed coffee. From that place, they come in sorting. They're sorting the size. First, they sort the size of coffee. After they're sorting the size of the coffee that was sorted by that size already, of just that size, get into the gravity again. So you got the size, and then you get the gravity. So you will get a high density of size 18 and low density of size 18. Okay, that's why it's very helpful. Otherwise, we get a mix in the size 18, even though, yeah, it's size 18, what's wrong with it? Well, it's totally different density. That is something we can check. And then usually it will remove a lot of little tiny broken and chip and defects, because during shaking, the gravity is shaking a lot. When they shake, all the little tiny pieces will not go into the motion with the other normal beans. Very helpful. That is why ต้องให้พี่คำสอนจัดทริปแหละ to Champasak, you know, to Champasak and talk with theพี่ๆที่เขามีเครื่อง color sort. They have color sorter too. They do density and then they do color sorting again. So that is something I want to go and have fun with, you know. And that machine is like amazingly big. I'm sure we can try and arrange that นะครับคุณศักดิ์สิทธิ์น่าจะโอเค
Yeah. Sangkam is very close to him. Sangkam very close to คุณศักดิ์สิทธิ์
Okay, พี่ Sangkam ฝากด้วยนะครับ because พี่ศักดิ์สิทธิ์ is very nice guy. He's very generous guys, and yes, he promised me that he will open the facility for everyone to visit. He has the like lowering coffee roasting machine, like huge lowering machine, like one of the very advanced roasting machine as well in his factory. So
yeah, we are close friend with ป๋าศักดิ์สิทธิ์ป๋าศักดิ์สิทธิ์ through the avocado farm networking, you know that.
ใช่เขา we are talking about has avocado next when we visit. He planting a lot of avocado at the moment, so that's very nice.
So do I.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Avocado is the next big thing in the area. I love avocado. So we will go into market and contract very quick. We have, anybody want a 7-minute break? No need. Give me 2-minute break then. I'll be right back. Get some water. Nobody break. Just give me 1 second. กลับมาแล้วครับขอโทษโอเคลุยเลยงานต่อไปครับผมพี่คำสอน
Yes, I got some messages from the team member. The provided folders we found mainly the video when come to the lecture and this kind of thing. And do you have a sort of handout in the PDF for the lecture one? Because for the fundamental you distributed the handouts, but this one we have only video. I'm asking because we want to how to say to digest again because we are sure that for the exam many questions will
only 47 questions not many 47 questions
only videos.
Only videos. Because
PowerPoint
the PowerPoint was for the AST. We cannot send out the PowerPoint. That's why we recorded video. Yeah. I will see if they have something like that. Because right now everything the handout used to be like what they talk about, but that would be the old version. We can take a look. It's just a basic version. Let me check one quickly. Good questions.
Yeah, if you could convert to PDF and share with us so we can review during the weekend would be great.
Sorry, we cannot do that.
And I had some access to video.
Yes,
video.
All in the video.
Yeah, I had some problem with access to one video. Junior Ballista episode 2.
Why?
I could not access. I tried to watch last night, but I could not,
I will check again. But everybody okay, because everybody have
the sequencing number is 0404.
Everybody already watched 04?
I tried to watch last night, but
SCA something. I will see if I have any of that handout because because everything already sent is already sent in the entire document already. But if it's something like you said, like this PowerPoint, we cannot send it to you. That's obviously no, because it AST content and SCA do not allow that. Let's see.
I had a similar problem where I couldn't play some of the videos, but if you, I found that if you close the window and then follow the link again, that the video would work. It happened when I started to play the video and the internet dropped or something like that, and then I couldn't watch the rest. Something like that.
That means close and reopen, huh?
I think so. Try it.
Yeah. Thank you.
I am looking for what you just comes on. No, I will find that later and send it to you guys. Curriculum from. Okay, I think this is similar to what it is. Okay, curriculum, sensory. Okay, I have the 2017 version that I can send, 2017 version that I can send it to you. Let me see. Okay, let me share the screen. So here, this is how deep you have to get to. Green coffee will be in English, intermediate A4, curriculum, it will be something like this one that we can share for student. That what is this about, what we will be cover and the book and everything else. Something like this I can share in a couple. Because the one that the version that we have, there is exam in it and there is a lot of exam content that we cannot share to you. That's all.
This file already there in the content in the folder.
Maybe
If I'm not wrong, yeah.
Maybe not. I'll send it again.
Yeah, I scan this one.
Yeah,
a quick scan this one.
Maybe it looked the same, but it's not the same.
Okay, reshare again, please.
I'll just put them in SCA green copy. ไม่มี I don't think so. No, เห็นปะ So one is added. And sensory. Anybody want another language aside English? Sensory.
English and Thai, that's okay.
มันไม่มี Thai.
No, if no Thai, that's English. Maybe give me one French.
English
there,
is okay.
Sensory is on the bottom, on the top. So in here is really similar to what it is today. It just what we have today is a little bit more, and we cover a lot more than what it used to be. But at least there are a lot of information that it will remind you of what we already have in class นะครับผม Okay, so this is something that I read. This is something that usually we can share. นั่นแหละ โอเคนะ
ขอบคุณมากครับ
ยินดีครับ Thank you. It's a good idea. Okay, quickly now we talk about marketing and contracts. It will be fast. I'm not sure is it fast or not, but marketing and contract was a pretty long discussion with the group number one because they do a lot of shipping, they do a lot of handling, and they share a lot of that information together, and that is very helpful. So, and the point is it's fun as a trader. I enjoy marketing and contract because it's like how you make money between the same product of the same product at the different time. It's like amazing story to study about. So first of all, same as what we already understand in our foundation level, is that there is a cash market and there is a future market. Where when you say cash market, it's just like buy and sell, you know, of a physical products. That means you will get that physical products, you know, within how many days. Just ก็เหมือนการซื้อของทั่วไปเนาะ just basic buy and selling everything else. On the other hand, there is a future market where you say that you are going to buy a certain amount. You say that this coffee I want to buy and specify future delivery periods where it might not happen, where it will happen นะครับผม So cash market, that's everyday life where we go to supermarket, we do that cash market. Future market is like something you will do in the future, something that you bargain to buy in 3 months from now, but just like trading stock, we will talk about it. Another way to do the future market is to hedging and setting up the price for most of the coffee these days are future market. Because if I want to sell you the coffee, I mean, if you want to sell the coffee is going to come out like, I don't know, next year. There's already future market. But if you have coffee in the stock, like sitting right here next to you, that's a cash market. นะครับ So that two differentiation that talk a lot in here. นะครับ Aside from definition of cash market, we sometimes call physical market. Physical, like a physical transaction where you actually get a physical coffee, a real coffee, not just a number coffee in your portfolio, a real coffee that is sitting here or in a warehouse somewhere, that is a physical transaction. if we are not talking about physical transaction, that means we are talking about, I don't know, trading stock that is a future market that is related to a portfolio that you are having, and that portfolio that you can buy and sell and buy and sell in the future as well นะครับผม and that is depend on different authorities. And then also future market and physical market, they are two different markets, and they are controlled and supervised by and taken care by different group of people, because future is about like doing finance, taking loan, lender, because that's future. But physical is cash, banking, like right now, pay right now. So that is also one way to do it นะครับผม Two places that sell the coffee in numbers, and two future markets, which is Arabica in New York and Robusta in London. So this is very common. The interesting thing about these two is the price. Sometimes these two markets had the same product with different price, so people would take advantage of that price differences. Onto the next section, we'll talk about it. But future price usually higher too. Future price usually reflect supplier and demand at the moment. So if you have low supply, high demand, therefore your price will go up, right? That's a basic market. That's how the market works, okay? And then we also have a future market, also influenced by like things around like political, economic, and environment factors. These will also influence your future market price. The future market is good to farmers, good to certain group of people. We will see what's interesting about it นะครับ This is an example. If Brazil production drop, therefore the price will increase because the demand is still the same. มันมีภาษา2คำพูด There's 2 or 3 words in here that you should know. The word forwardation, I would say forwardation, easier to remember, and backwardations นะครับ Contango, I don't get it. I just remember forwardation. Forward is mean to carry. คือยอมที่จะจ่ายแพงกว่ายอมที่จะซื้อในราคาที่สูงกว่าปัจจุบัน is a will that we are paying for something that is higher than the current price, higher than the spot price. We also call this is a carry. Most of the future market, yes, it is based on contango or forwardation or carry. When we do future market, yes, we usually sell higher than what it is because we want to make money นะครับผม This is interesting. We will control that in a minute. While backwardation is the price of future market that is lower than the current spot price, that is an inversion. Then you would ask me, who would sell me the coffee lower than the price at the moment? There are people that are willing to sell the coffee lower than the price they are selling at the moment right now, but they will sell you at that lower price in the future, not today. Spot price is physical transaction, which is today. But there are people บอกว่าเดี๋ยวกาแฟฉันจะเข้ามา in the future, like I don't know 20 ton. Would you like to lock some of the coffee? I'll give you a special price. So that could be a backwardation to do as well นะครับผม But this is the scenario of forwardation is like, oh, I only have coffee come in only 20 tons and there's a lot of people interested in it at the moment. If you want it, you want to pay a higher price than today. Yes, because there is a demand on it. That is why it's higher price นะครับผม forwardation and carry. This is a basic market นะครับ basic marketing. Now that I already mentioned earlier that New York and London, sometimes they have the same type of, I don't know, say arbitrage, same type of items, but different price นะครับผม the same delivery precision, but different price. New York selling at one price, London selling at another price. If you catch this, you can make profit of it. It's just like people trading Forex, or people are expecting to trade to buy Bitcoin from the America and sell this Bitcoin in Japan and make like 10 cents of Bitcoin of each transaction. That is a business, but if you can sell like 1 million, that means you make 1 million from that one transaction. Same Bitcoin in US, selling that Bitcoin back to Japan, you make 1 or 2%. Don't forget that 2% of 100 million is 2 million. So if you do, I don't know, a lot. When they trading coffee, and when trade is in every business, it is in every business. Sometimes they call coffee market the C market, New York C market. Okay, so C market in the state, they usually use cent per pound. The unit is in cent per pound. On the other hand, Robusta is in US dollar per metric ton. They are trying to make people trade in euro, not US dollar, because US dollar is so fragile. Sometimes it go up, sometimes it go down. US dollar is not stable. They say, why don't we trade in euro currency, which is more trustable, more reliable? So that is also a challenge. But they said they are trying to working on it, but not at the moment. Not at the moment. But the point is, now you can see that New York is one unit.หน่วยในการคิดเงินของเขาเป็นอีกหนึ่งหน่วยนะครับผม it's cent per pound. Cent per pound. On the other hand, dollar, which is 100 cents per metric ton. So now that we have these two different units, it makes a lot of conversion to understand how to trade this coffee. Cent per pound can be compared in the New York C market. On the other hand, Robusta, US dollar per metric ton will be compared in the London market. This is where hedging happens, because if you do not care to convert each unit, then you don't know there is a difference. But if you like the number of people and you say, oh, there is like a certain cent, a certain amount of dollar different per ton. So if it's a large amount, that's a large sum of money that you can make. There, the price is different. If you are interested in this number, just go ahead and look into it. Arbitrage is different between the same precision in the market, and this is the number. New York and London, there are some price difference every day, like 60 cents, okay, per pound. If there's a price difference of 60 cents per pound, imagine like when you trade a coffee of 60 million tons of coffee of that 60 cents per pound, that is a lot of money. นะครับผมเงินเยอะมาก If you want to look into the definition of it, we can look in ITC here. Why trade in US currency? Here, as I already mentioned. So at the moment, still maintain the US because that's still not easy to change the unit. Hedging and arbitrage, okay? People will use this as an opportunity to make profit. I will show you an example on this one here. What is how many cent difference between C market and the London? Very simple. In the US, 110 cents per pound, 110 cents, which is $1.10 per pound, versus 1,543 US dollar per ton, per metric ton. We need to look at this conversion table, which is you will have on the exam to calculate it. Okay, so 1 kilo is how many pounds? 1,000 kilo is 1 metric ton นะครับผม and 1 pound is then equal to 0.004 metric ton or something like this, which means 0.45 kilo. We need to convert that to change it. For example, change to US. US is here, London is here. This is the conversions, right? 1,543 per metric ton. That means is 1,543 per 1,000 kilo. That means it costs $1, 1.543 US dollar per 1 kilo. Okay, but we have to change that kilo into pounds. And we know that 1 kilo is actually 2.26 pounds, right? 2.26 pounds. So that 2.26 pounds come to the bottom here. You divide it by, you get 0.699989 US dollar per pound. So the price difference, that is not the price difference yet, but this is the same product selling in London. Maybe London don't care about this product. They only sell it for 70 cents per pound. But in the C market in New York, they're selling it for 110 cents per pound. So the different price is 40 cents. Imagine you making the difference of 40 cents of doing nothing and just buying it from one person and sell to another person for 40 cents. Money, right? Yeah, basic money. But the problem is, to be able to get into trader this big, you need to be a very big company, like a lot of money. Like I checked, like you need to have like a $500 million or something. Like I thought, oh, 500,000 เล่นได้ไหมครับ? Oh no, you mean 500 grand? Maybe no, not even 500 grand. It's like $500 million to be in this market and start playing with all this arbitrage of 40 cents. So this is an example that is very that we can see how coffee can be a product we can make. Financial hedging people, company like to play with these commodity products. Okay, now we talk about spot price again. Forward contract, we start contract, and there are a way we can trade the coffee. There's our Incoterm that we need to know, and something are nice to know. I will go very fast. So this is spot pricing, right? Spot pricing is something that's supposed to be, example, coffee are sold on the basis and delivery within 14 days. That is spot pricing, and also an example of cash, and also an example of physical transaction, because the item is being sold and delivered within 14 days. So to be delivered within 14 days, that is spot. Forward is something like, oh, okay, I agree, I signed a contract and I will buy your coffee, but the coffee is not even harvested yet, okay? It's an agreement. But as we mentioned, forward, we can forward at forwardation or backwardation, okay? It's a contract that we have to. So what the price are you going to pay? Now there is something called premium that's coming later on based on spot, okay? There is another way to trade the coffee. Very interesting, and it's very fair. Here is an example of a forward contract of some company with some farm, okay? For example, you want to buy, there is a company, a beverage company want to buy some coffee from the farm, a coffee farm of 10,000 kilo, 10,000 kilo. At the price of, I don't know, they haven't agreed yet, but at the moment it's 500 baht per kilo, for example. This 500 baht per kilo, okay, but I am going to buy 10,000 kilo. So you have the volume to bargain, right? They have the volume to bargain. Well, okay, I'm willing to pay. But then what happened is the company enter into a contract with the coffee estate, okay? to export. This coffee estate will send him the coffee, will send the company coffee of 10,000 kilo of coffee beans for a span of 3 months, or after 3 months after they harvested or something, for a price of 480. Okay, this is an example of backwardation, inversions, where what? Why they sell at lower price? I don't know. Because the company want to buy at a good deal, hopefully not more expensive than the way it is, and the coffee estate want to lock the deal down so they have income that they can expect it in the future. Okay, good deal, right? It's good deal, right? Pretty good. The company get the coffee, the farmer can สบายใจ and relax. I will get this money in 3 months. Okay. However, the problem is here. Chance number 1, the market price is lower than the contract. เมื่อกี้นี้ recently we agreed to sell at 480 baht, but suddenly the market price went down to 400 baht. Ooh, 400 baht. What happens? That means the company, the beverage company has to pay 80 baht higher than the spot price. ใช่ไหมอยู่ๆฉันต้องจ่ายแพงขึ้นกว่าที่ตลาดซื้ออยู่80 บาทถ้าฉันซื้อตอนนี้ฉันได้400 บาทเท่านั้นเอง so that is chance number 1. Chance number 2, probability number 2 นะครับ number 2, the current market price is higher than the contract. We were talking about the contract is 480 baht, 480 baht. But then they are selling it at 520 baht. Okay. Therefore, the farmer lost 40 baht per kilo. If I didn't sell to this company for 480, I can sell at the market right now for 520. I can make a lot of profit. But look, in this case, the beverage company said it sell from the cost. Okay, so these are the 2 probability that usually happen. One, either the market, the company get the benefit, or the farmer get the benefit. If one get the benefit, the other will lose the benefit. But if lucky, which is very unlikely, if lucky, the chance number 3, probability number 3, that the price of the market in 3 months in the future is the same price as the contract, which is 480. How likely is that? It's pretty much impossible. So usually how I secure the coffee here when I buy, even though with the farmer, I would just make a price. I just say, I'm willing to pay 200 baht per kilo. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I will pay you 200 baht per kilo today for the entire years, for 1 year. So that is what they have to contribute to us for 1 year. After that, we have to negotiate the price again. After that 1 year. So there's a different type of contract you can consider when you are getting to contract with some people or some company. If you want to talk about trading coffee, there are some terms about Incoterm, how you export the coffee, and not just exporting coffee, export anything, or importing anything. This Incoterm will help you trade the coffee, trade the machine. By me understanding all this coffee, when I understand all this Incoterm, understand from green coffee class, I am able to trade coffee roasting machine. I import my own coffee roasting machine. I import my own roaster. I import my own espresso machine, import a lot of stuff. Simply because we start understanding about Incoterm, like what is export, what is DDP, what is DPU, what is DAP. With that, you can control the cost of shipping, you can control, and you can be the one who decide what to buy and what's not to buy. And you can refer to this book. It is already downloaded, installed on the website. It's called Incoterm by International Chamber of Commerce. that have a lot of infographic we can talk about. For example, like here, we can zoom it in. Rule for any mode of transportation. There is a little bit icon on the top. Which transportation mode is qualified for a certain Incoterm? And this is for all of transportation. But if something on the sea, by sea, that would be FOB, FAS, CFR, and CIF. So if you start buying coffee and they said, this coffee is 200 CIF, then you will know that when you talk about CIF, this is the mode of transportation that you have to consider. What is your risk? If you talk about FOB, it will be free on board. I will put the coffee on the ship for you. Afterwards, all the responsibility will be on the buyers. So when you do FOB, they will put the coffee on the ship for you. But then you are responsible to unload for the fee, to unload the ship, to import formalities and everything else, and cost and the risk after it's get on the board. I mean on the ship. So if your cargo gets stuck on Suez Canal, that's your choice because it's FOB. You know, the product is still on the ship and it's your risk already because they already put on the loading port for you. And their responsibility is done. So a lot of things we have to learn. Like for me, I do X work. Here what I do. Now let me example right here, X work. Oh, FCA. Let me show X work 1 second. When I buy item, when I order stuff, I ask them, what is the price of the machine? X work. And they will give me the price of the machine. That is right in front of their factory house. Therefore, they don't have to load anything onto the car. The loading anything onto the car is the buyer, is the cost of the buyer, which is me. And if that loading happened to fall down somewhere, that's the risk that I have. That would be my job. It will not be the job of, it will not be responsible by the seller. A lot of factories prefer me do X work with them because they just put their stuff in front of the door. I need to find a team to pick them up. Okay, that's why a lot of people, okay, done. They like that. I have one DDP here. I have one lucky case that was a DDP. I asked them to do DDP all the way to my coffee shop, a roasting machine. Okay. During the transportation, you see how the cost and risk is of the buyer because it's the blue one, the blue line is the cost and risk of the, of the seller. For that machine, it fell down during transportation to the airport. เครื่องพังเลย เครื่องคั่วหล่นแตกพังตู้มทุกสิ่งอย่างเสียนะครับผม Luckily, it is not my responsibility yet. It is still part of the seller responsibility. So they have to replace a new machine for me. So DDP is good too. X work is also good. It depends if you can trust your shipper to handle X work, or if not, you just throw that responsibility to the seller to, hey, can you DDP it to me? So, so these two I use a lot, DDP. And there are sometimes like DAP where I have to pay taxes here and unloading the product down to the, to the store and warehouse. This is fun. That's why I like. FCA is a term we use a lot in coffee. Okay, I will sell this coffee 500. I don't know, 500 baht per kilo FCA from Ubon Ratchathani. Okay. If that is the case, that means whatever that 500 baht, yes, from Ubon Ratchathani, but you have to pay whatever cost and shipping from that Ubon Ratchathani warehouse to your own warehouse. Sometimes FCA just go all the way from Bangkok. 500 baht per kilo FCA Bangkok. Bangkok, done, or FCA Chiang Mai. So you need to go find someone to pick your products up from that location, the name of the location again,นะครับผม So FCA is also used a lot of places in coffee. And if you are really into Incoterm now, when you look into the book, same as when you look into the coffee defects, นะครับ they have information on whose risk, whose responsibility, and what to do into like very detailed delivery and risk and everything else, whose responsibility it is, mode of transportation, is it qualify every mode of transportations? Oh, there's so many. Bill of lading, sales, นะครับผม There are insurance, buyer obligations, seller obligations. There are so many details that you can look into, okay? A lotเลย into Incoterm. And if you're really into it, come on, you can do class with them, you know. There's a class with them. We'll show that later. Yeah. I'll just continue with Incoterm just a little bit, like here. We already talked about FCA and X work and FOB. Good. All right. There you go. Here. For example, they say X work. X work. As I already mentioned, when I ask people, the shipper, to go pick it up, sometimes I have to tell them pick it up, as in pick them up from the ground onto the trucks. Okay. Sometimes they do not understand that. They think pick it up as in the buyer, no, the seller, คนขาย the seller, we have something to put it on the truck for them, but most of the time, no, they will leave it on the ground floor, and it's your job to have your team to pick them up from the ground, put on the trucks, นะครับผม Therefore, you need to pay the load out charge. You still need to pay on that on top of the freight and to everything else. This is something they just want you to know, นะครับผม So if you want to know more on this, it's very nice to do. I will just pause on storage and transportation. We'll cover next week, or we'll see. It's not a lot more. Yeah. Okay. I will do that, and we'll pause the last one in a minute. 1 second. So now there is differential and fixed, talking about money. เรื่องของเงินแล้วนะครับ เรื่องของเงิน อันนี้ very important because you want to help the farmer ใช่ไหม How can you help the farmers? That will be in the market contract next. But this is very brief. So there is differential pricing. There is a fixed price and there is an outright pricing. And the outright pricing is what really sometimes help the farmer or not. It depends on the contracts. It depends on how they look. There are good and bad on it, advantage and disadvantage on different methods. Differential pricing is good. You can pay a premium onto it or plus or minus based on that. The physical premium or discount related to the future market, you will add or subtract from the future market to reflect relative value. For example, like let's use the previous example that 480 baht per kilo, that is the future. Sometimes if you set a fixed price of 480, as you can see, sometimes you lost the money. Sometimes you earn the money. But if you use differential price, that's mean. You can say, I am willing to pay 20 baht above whatever current price is. Okay? อันนี้นะเข้าใจไหม I am willing to pay to you above whatever market price in the futures, 20 baht higher. The reason is, I don't know, maybe the company is so desperate, want to secure the coffee because the coffee in the future might be, high demand in their shop. They say, I just want your coffee, just lock it for me. I will pay 20 baht higher. That way, let's say if it come out 300, no, you just pay 320, okay? Which is saving you because if you contract with 480 as previously, then you lost a lot of chance. You lost a lot of money. But if you say, I will do a premium of 20 baht or 40 baht or 50 baht, and you expect the price to go down from the future, it's good. Okay, I pay 350, still better. But if you say, I will pay 50 baht above a premium of 50, sometime like right now, it go about $7. $7 is 210 baht. 210 baht. You pay another 50, so you pay higher. Or from 480, you pay 530. You are paying higher, so there is a chance, but it's not that higher. It at the level of your acceptability. You're the one who make your own premium. Okay, you're the one who make your own premium. So that is the important thing. Just like when you go someplace and I'm willing to pay a little bit extra just to secure some of your products. Sometimes it's plus, sometimes it's minus. Sometimes it's really depends. So usually, but if there is a past crop, yeah, you will get a negative. Oh, okay, I am willing to pay you minus 20 for your past crop. Okay, but then don't forget, past crop has a price, and the price of the past crop go up and down too. It will go up and down as well. So that is why it is good to work with price difference. That means your cost will go sort of up and down according to the market. This is good if you can increase and decrease your price like gas station, but it's not good for coffee. It's not good for coffee. I cannot go tell my customer, hey, the price of the coffee today will increase to, and put a sign in the front. Now today the price will increase soon, come buy your coffee. No, I cannot do that, right? But this is the same concept with when they are selling the gas, at gas station. However, there is something called price to be fixed, which is very nice. Because if you do differentials, right, it's very uncertain. I don't know, it's going to go up, it's going to go down. And the farmer is like, oh, am I going to make the money? Okay. เราใช้ความไม่แน่นอนและทำให้มันแน่นอน We make the uncertainty become certainty. We just want to be sure. The farmer want to be sure. So there is such thing as price to be fixed that's come up, okay? Because if we, based on this uncertainty, differential is selling the coffee without specifying a price. You work on premiums, plus or minus, right? Or negative. But price to be fixed will help you. Very good. This is already said about it. I will say price to be fixed here. Here, which is outright pricing. You will tell them, the farmer, I am willing to pay เท่านี้บาท. Similar to the previous contract, but that contract is based on 3 months. That contract is for gradations, but this is outright price contract. I am going to buy your coffee. I am going to buy your coffee at this price. Let me show you this. Let's try to do some calculation นะครับผม ถ้า calculation confusing ก็พยายาม calculate and take a screen capture and see what was the conversion again. Let's calculate the outright pricing first. Okay, if we talk about 120 cents per pound, they want to convert that into US dollar per metric ton. Why? Because you want to compare. This is okay because sometimes you are buying in the London market, which they use USD per MT, but you are comparing this with the New York coffee. Just want to see it the same. So to convert this, same as that conversion. So you can screenshot this one just to make sure. 120 cents per pound, and then they have a premium of 20 cents. Therefore, your coffee is 140 cents per pound. Don't forget, we talk about coffee is fixed for 120, and you are buying at plus 20. You are paying the premium of 20. So that premium of 20s turn to 140 cents per pound. Obviously, yeah, you're paying higher just a little bit. And they just ask, so if you can convert them in US dollar per metric ton. which is about $3 per kilo ใช่ไหม$3 per kilo for Kenya coffee. Oh, not bad. 339 Oh, pretty cheap for $3 per kilo for Kenya coffee. But if that $3 per kilo for Kenya coffee come to Thailand, it will time 2 or time 3, like $12 per kilo Kenya coffee, because tax and importation and custom, everything else. I want you to look into this sustainable coffee trade, because I'm sure Mr. Kamson is really concerned on sustainable coffee trading and to make sure that it's a fair trade. Fair trade, direct trade is fair. Direct trade is good, even though it's not fair, but it's good. Fair trade is also good, but sometimes it's not direct. So the money goes somewhere else. In the end, it did not go to the farmer. So let's see. There is a lot of debate on fair trade and direct trade and everything else in the market. However, on this book, they talk about outright pricing, which I'm not sure on what page, but I remember I read it. And long-term contract with like the pricing offer one of the most direct instrument for providing the producer, which is the farmer, with a predictable and stable revenues. This is good ใช่ไหมถ้าพี่คำสอนบอกว่าโอเคพี่คำพลบอก we will pay you 200 baht per kilo. Good. The farmer will be very happy. Okay. But there is 2 outcomes on this one. 2 outcomes. One, because they know, ไม่รู้เขารู้แหละว่า it doesn't matter what I do with the coffee, it doesn't matter how bad the quality is, you are still gonna pay 200 baht. So sometimes they don't care about the quality of the coffee. Be careful on that. In that contract, you need to be specific to like screen size, moisture content, density. You need to be very specific to your coffee quality. Otherwise, they will take advantage of that contract. นะครับผม We are trying to be nice to people, but sometimes people like to take advantage of us. So you have to be careful นะครับผมเราต้องระวังด้วยเช่นกันไม่งั้นเขาจะเห็นว่าโอเคยังไงก็ได้อยู่แล้ว200ต่อเดือนต่อกิโลเขาก็จะไม่พยายามที่จะทำกาแฟให้ของคุณมีคุณภาพมากขึ้นนะครับผมต้องระวังด้วย but yes ถ้าเราจะเริ่มเขียน contract if you want to start to make a contract here are the 4 people you need to know because they will ask you okay the most used are ECF European Coffee Federation and Green Coffee Association นะครับผม and the others at the bottom ICO and NCA the US so some people don't use that but a lot use ECF GCA ICO and NCA นะครับจะได้เป็นเขาเรียกว่าเป็น sort of guideline to create a contract นะครับเป็น guideline to create a contract you can go more you can make easier contract you can make higher contracts that's up to you but this is a guideline and you can go to their website it look like this on the left is European Coffee Federation okay where you can get the publication and the quality of coffee. On the right, also GCA, Green Coffee America Association, Green Coffee Associations. And here NCA and also ICO. Just look at the contract and see which one is good for you, which one is fit to your business, which one is okay. Just have to look nicely. For example, what the contract is about. This is an example ของ ECF นะ very detailed เลย Article 1 ยูจะขายเท่าไหร่น้ำหนักเท่าไหร่ supervision ใครเป็นคนดูแล who's supervising who's packing it how you tear it quality sample freight who's handle the freight cost who handle when the products get to the destination shipment delivery carriage oh my god this is a lot which is why this will protect you when you export the coffee because they already cover so many subjects already นะครับ if you did not and you just agree like verbally and then suddenly make a very easy contract, business will try to take advantage of you. Okay, be careful นะครับ Interesting, on that contract they didn't even care about variety of the coffee or name of the shipping line. Okay, they care about the products, the quantity, the traceability, but not the varieties. If they don't care if you're going to ship geisha or not, they don't care you're going to ship Katura. I mean, we care, but in the contract, it is not required on the contract, but you can add it onto the contract. Don't forget, นะครับผม you have, it would be safe to add on the contract as a buyer, นะครับ but as a seller, sometimes they do not want to add this on the contract because they want to, oh, you order Katura, I'll send you Katimor. I don't think you can tell. But it's same quantity, it's natural process, it's honey, it's good. So that is also an interesting thing. There is also a section that you need to have in case of disagreement. Like I read so many contracts lately on when I buy coffee roasting machine because I have to understand if something happened during transportation, whose responsibility it is, and I have to understand if we cannot agree with each other, who and which court do I have to go to? Sometimes I have to go to Italy. It will say the matter had to be disputed in like the written contract which in Italy. So เราก็ต้องไปอิตาลี Sometimes they say that, or to go to Germany or something. We have to declare, or sometimes they go to, I don't know, the central court, which is usually people don't get into this section, but if some people like to study about it, you can check on the last section, arbitrations, general, article 2 นะครับผม already discussed. So we only have I will just, go close the 3 slide, the last one. Oh, everything that you see here is what's going to happen on next week on the exam. ข้อสอบที่จะต้องโดนสอบ now I get everyone attentions. This is fun. Thank you for waking up. But anyway, 1 second. Before we get to this, I just have maybe 5 more slides, but it's not the finished slide because let me show you. There is one of the storage and transportation that I would like to cover, but I will cover this 2.06 next week นะครับ 2.06 I will cover on Monday, just a tiny bit before we start. 2.06 has about 30 slides. It's a lot, but we will leave it for next week. It's just how you store it, protocol and transportation, something you already know, something you already know. And certification, simple, something I will brief right now. Decaffeination, very simple, and equipment and maintenance, very simple. It's just quick slide, and then we go to the final, that what we're gonna do next week นะครับผม Basic certification that we already know นะครับผม Not all certification makes specialty coffee, right? Imagine that. Right now, there is a certification that makes specialty coffee, which is Q Coffee, which just launched last year, I think with CQI. Other certification like right now, it's just directors. These are not third party on sustainable. Something that's sustainable would be here. Forestry Platform, UTC, on sustainable, Rainforest Alliance, and organic. These are they relate to sustainable, but here these are not the third party that do certification for your farm. Direct trade does not have something to do with sustainability. Direct trade is about income. Specialty coffee is about protocol, how to cup. COE is about, scoring and ranking, is not a third party on sustainable coffee certificate. If you want a sustainable coffee certificate, you look for something else. And when you get sustainable coffee certificate,มันไม่ได้แปลว่า it doesn't mean your coffee is specialty นะครับ not always means specialty grade นะครับ not always mean it could be. And if you like, you can have more than one credit. You can have everything, all the brand, but it take a long time. นี่จะคำสอนนะครับเดี๋ยวไปถามได้ที่ practical section. Fair trade here, highlight. If you have a minimum price, not to go any lower than this price, they declare that is fair trade นะครับผม. This is intended to cover the producer average cost of production. But the problem is the average cost of production of different countries is different. The average cost of production of the people on the same country at different farm is also different. So this is a problem with fair trade นะครับผม. Then let's talk about organic. Organic and bird-friendly certification do not allow the use of herbicide or artificial fertilizer นะครับผม. You have to be very organic. Or you can get iPhone 5, iPhone 4, iPhone 6 where you can be organic for 40 days, from last of fertilization. Yeah, nice, right? People start making interesting organic certificate. Then there are also certification systems such as these. When we talk about organic, there is another problem is because you need to have a facility, equipment dedicated to that organic coffee before you roast them. Otherwise, if you use a color sorter of a non-organic coffee, they think that it will contaminate that non-organic coffee will contaminate the organic coffee. Color sorter, coffee depupper, or everything has to have their own set นะครับผม. If they are very very strict นะ even coffee roaster ด้วยนะครับผมก็ต้องมี separate machine for organic coffee. For example, I can buy organic coffee here, but when I roast them here on our non-organic roasting machine, just a roasting machine, I cannot declare on my package that is organic coffee, but maybe I can declare it come from organic farm. Okay, but it's not an organic product anymore because of our packaging or maybe because of our roasting machine and equipment. But so we cannot declare as on the package as organic coffee, but we can declare from organic farm. There's a different way to do it. Rainforest Alliance is very proud to be. It's very hard to get. It's very,ปวดหัว. A lot of people, because you have to consider about water. You need to recycle your water. You need to shade grow your coffee. You need to think of what tree you're gonna shade on your coffee. Maybe avocado cannot, or อะไรนะ ใช่ไหม ฝรั่งอะไรเนาะมะระเมื่อเช้าอ่ะก็ไม่เป็น rainforest มั้งอาจจะไม่ได้
สลับตี
or ต้นอะไรอ่ะป่าอะไรนะจำไม่ได้แล้ว It's a long day. So a lot of things you need to consider what type, what variety, what species of the tree to be planted to be considered as a rainforest alliance. This one talk about biodiversity, conservation, community, worker rights, productivity, practice, sustainable farm management, requirement. This sound like LCC, nah? This is sound like Mr. Kamson community. Now coffee lover. You're doing everything here. ใช่ไหม This is everything we are trying to do. Now we will consider about here. All you need ถ้าพี่ทำแค่อีก2อย่างนะ What you do with the wastewater? Oh, we recycle. Okay, one more. What kind of tree you need to plant? Oh, we need to plant tree. This one. Okay. นะครับ Then you will be maybe Vientiane Forest Alliance. Yeah, why not? Champasak Forest Alliance. Yeah, you can do that. Okay. You can make your own certification. นะครับ It's just we can do that. Amen. And then decaffeination, everybody already know there is difference in defining. Okay, defining EU 99.9% decaf, then declare as a decaffeinations. For the US, relax, man, 3% is okay. So we only need to remove 97% for the US. For the EU, they are very strict. 99.9% decaffeination, then to be able to declare. Decaffeination, there is two types. One is organic, one is chemical. So if you use a chemical, therefore your coffee will not be able to declare organic anymore. Even if you plant as an organic, you plant it normally, you do everything else. So chemical free and to be able to declare as organic is water process and carbon dioxide. These are the two processes to do. If you want to know how to do water process, look up Swiss water process. ตัวอย่างที่ผมส่งไปนะครับ we have a Swiss water process that's sent as a sample to you นะครับผม at the practical you can take a look. It looked terrible. It looked like the bean that was beat up many times. It looked really dark. And once after you compare and finish the exam and you try to roast them, yes, you can roast them, but roast them very dark, like super dark, and you will see a very good coffee. นะครับ It will be darker than the Italian roast. It's just a little bit darker. If you talk about Actron, is about 35 Actron. I roasted that dark for our decaffeinated coffee. But if you want to know into carbon dioxide, how did they do it? It's called supercritical CO2. Supercritical CO2, they use very high pressure, about 700 bar of pressurization to compress gas, which is CO2. And when the gas get into very, very stressed, very high pressure, that gas turn into liquid. And if you have coffee within the space, that liquid of carbon dioxide will go in and remove the caffeine from the coffee. Swiss water process do the very similar technique is soak the coffee. That coffee that the water that was soaked will have some caffeine in it. And then they use a carbon filter, same. So this is carbon. So they use carbon filter to extract out that caffeine and then use that water again to put back whatever remaining of the water. Okay, so that is two ways to do is chemical free. Let's talk about non-chemical free would be this one. Ethyl acetate, you need to know the name of it because some people would ask you. And also methyl, or we call so dichloromethane. These are the two chemical use that was discovered during World War II by Hacks Coffee. Actually, decaffeination was founded before World War II, and then later on, people just want coffee without caffeine, and when they wanted more and more and more, the water process is too slow to process. So they come up with a chemical use to make it faster. Okay, but these are not organic, cannot be certified as organic, cannot be certified. And I'm not sure if it still remain true because back then, the very original dichloromethane here is they will have some remaining carcinogen, you know, trace of ethyl and methyl that can cause cancer นะครับอันนั้นมันคุณเป็นมะเร็งก็ได้นะครับนั่นคือสิ่งที่เขาให้ระวัง and then caffeine so take a look the caffeine tastes bitter they are alkaloid so if we remove caffeine it doesn't taste anything unless you roast it darker to make it taste better. Okay, we need to roast your decaf a little bit darker so you can have that bitterness that remind you of coffee. มีคนถามว่าซินดี้ถามอาจารย์ hey is decaf why bother drinking at all so I'm like I don't know people just want to think they're drinking coffee because in coffee there is something else that is not caffeine. There is just removing the caffeine does not make it not coffee any less of coffee. Okay, it just make it okay and easier to drink for some people that want to drink at night before bedtime, or for mothers who carrying a child that want a decaffeinated coffee. So yeah, just remove the caffeine is okay. But interesting thing is your brain will tell you, oh, this is smell of coffee, and they will wake you up too. You can trick your brain with that, just the smell of coffee. That is why research that if you work in the coffee shop, you are more productive than you work at home. So you can be more productive when you go somewhere else. Take a look at the coffee. It will look different. It will cup differently. The body acid, aftertaste, everything will be different. It will be very different. Okay. And equipment, everybody already know. You need equipment to do it. All the screen size that we have already. I go quickly. Screen size is needed to reject your products or check that the product that you order is correct. For example, if you order Columbia Supremo or Columbia something else, there is a maximum number allowable percentage. And this one, I would say, let's say 18. Supremo 18. Oh, sorry, you're right. Below screen size 70 must be 5% or less. นั่นแปลว่า everything else has to be 18 and above, 95% and above ใช่ไหม if you look the other way. Okay, that is one way to do it. So it depends on your contract นะครับผม Another thing you need to have is moisture meters, or now we have Todd Coke can. You can use Todd technique to do it. Next week, I want to see how bring your cup, bring that and see what you can do and play with it, because we have many green coffee. You can play with it and see if you're waging. Maybe you try with parchment or try with the green coffee and see. It's pretty fun, I want to see that in action, and then we have total moisture content, aim for 11. If you tell your farmer to do 12, they will give you a 13. If you ask them to do 9, they will give you an 8 or something like that. Tell them 11, then they will give you 12. Tell them 11, they will give you 10. Okay, at least it's still within the range. Don't tell them do 9 to 12. ถ้าไปบอกเขา hey you can do 9 to 12, then they will do 8 to 15. This is problem with farmer. They're like, oh, it's okay. There is a range of acceptability. I think that is okay. He said 9 to 12, and then he gave me 15, and he gave me 8. Like, no. Then next time I say, I just want 11. Only 11. That's it. If it's above 11, I reject. Or I say, oh, 12, fine. I will try to accept it this time, just this once, okay? Or sometimes they come 10. Maybe 10.5. Okay, I am okay with that. So it's very important on the equipment that they use to measure it. So they need to find a technique to do that as well. Oh, something you can play with. You have a black light, the glow in the dark light. You can check ferment and moldy from that black light as well. It's something that they used to play a lot in Thailand last year. Oh, black light, glow in the dark. The bean that's glow is fermented. We can look at the video next week. This is the list that everybody must have seen already and gone through, because everybody are helping us to arrange the green coffee and sensory session. Thank you ทุกคนมากนะครับขอบใจหลายทุกท่านที่ช่วยกันหาอุปกรณ์มาที่จะจัด section ได้สำหรับสัปดาห์หน้านะครับผม ขอบคุณพี่คำสอนเนาะพี่คำสอนที่ช่วยประสานงานในการเตรียมอุปกรณ์มาก็จะเป็นอย่างที่พี่คำสอนบอกมีไม่มีเท่าไหร่เอามาก่อนนะครับผมไม่ต้องกังวลอะไรมากแล้วก็อุปกรณ์ก็ sorting density moisture content ก็ is everything that you need to already seen it and just to have นะครับผมfor today I am done and if you want to stay I'm sure you do might want to take a look a little bit on like what's going to happen in the exam here in the exam on practical นะภาคปฏิบัติI will tell you what to focus on. The point is the passing rate is 62 point. You need to collect, you need to gather 62 point. ต้องไปเก็บ62แต้มให้ได้ Part 1 easy. I think part 4 is very hard นะครับผม Part 4 is very hard because it's cupping defect and its calibration is not easy. So you can get 38 here, you can get 8 there, you can get 14 and 7.And in the end, you make 62 here. Let's look at what we do part 1. Part 1, you will do green grading. I will give you 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. And you will grade the coffee. Size grading. By size sorting, you just เขย่าถุงนี้เขย่าเข้าไปมีไซส์18อยู่กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์คำนวณเป็นเปอร์เซ็นต์มีไซส์17อยู่กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์มีไซส์ไหนอยู่กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์จะเขียนเป็นกรัมมาก็ได้นะครับผมเขียนเป็นกรัมมาก็ได้นะครับเพราะเวลาผมใส่เข้าไปบางทีอันนั้น80 15 5อย่างที่บอกหรือบางอัน90กับ55บางอัน95กับ5บางอัน 100% ไม่ได้มีอะไรมีอันนั้น perfect that is size grading simple 15 minutes 8 คะแนนนะง่ายๆอันนี้สบายไม่ต้องกังวลเลยครับทุกคนไม่มีใครได้ต่ำกว่า8แล้วไม่มีใครได้เกิน8เพราะมันให้สูงสุดแค่8Okay. Then the part 1 simple. Part 2นะครับผม defect ident อันนี้รู้สึกจะให้ดูรูปภาพมั้งเดี๋ยวไปดูให้นี่ไงyes ดูรูปภาพนะครับผม This is the photo you need to remember. Defect identification just remember the photos จำรูปให้ได้ไปดูว่า category 1 defect มีอะไรบ้างนะครับผมและอันไหนคือ full อันไหนคือ full sour ไปดูว่า category 2 มี defect อะไรบ้างนะครับผมดูให้ทันก็ไปลองจำมาให้ได้เรามีเวลาอีก3วันเสาร์อาทิตย์แล้วก็จันทร์เนาะแล้วกว่าเราจะสอบวันนี้อังคารกับพุธเราทำ sensory อยู่เรามีเวลาหลายวันเลยในการที่จะจำข้อมูลเหล่านี้นะครับผมกรุ๊ป2โชคดีเพราะกรุ๊ป2ได้เห็นว่ากรุ๊ป1ทำอะไรไปแล้วจริงๆถ้าเกิดไปดูในวิดีโอเนาะ ถ้าใครไปดูในวิดีโอมันจะมี practical session ที่เขาแชร์ไว้แล้วด้วยนะครับทีนี้ตัวนี้เขาสอบยังไงเขาจะวางอย่างนี้มันจะมีกาแฟมาให้เลือกนะครับผม practical tool ซึ่งผมก็จะเปิดบนจอไว้อย่างนี้แหละว่ากาแฟตัวไหนเป็นอันไหนนะครับผมแล้วทุกคนก็ต้องตอบว่า A คืออะไร B คืออะไร C คืออะไร D E F G คืออะไรไม่ต้องห่วงเดี๋ยวเราก็จะเปลี่ยนคำถามเปลี่ยนคำตอบเปลี่ยนรูปไปเรื่อยๆนะครับผมแล้วก็จะให้ตอบมาอีกทีเพราะฉะนั้น that is part 2แปลว่าเราได้8เราได้อีก14เราก็ได้ไปแล้วทั้งหมด22 คะแนนนะครับ practical 3 โอ้ยง่ายมากเลยง่ายเวอร์เลย practical 3 is about species variety identifications what I'm gonna give you is remember something มั้ยdefect เนี่ยแหละอันนี้ง่าย under this section of variety ง่ายมันมีแค่ไม่กี่ variety เองเห็นไหมกี่ variety 4 7 1 7 7 2 14 14 15 16 17 18มีแค่18 variety เองโอเคไหม very easy of this 18 variety I will bring out maybe like 4 of them or 5 of them or 7 of them นะครับผม like okay if you see something like this you will say monsoon very dry very big bean very faded coffee นะครับผม coffee arabica this one bourbon นะครับผม typica what does it look like แต่ลืมบอกว่าอันเนี้ยเราไม่ได้สอบจากรูปภาพอันนี้เราสอบจากของจริง the variety you will be test assessed based on actual green coffee that was already packed and sent to you นะครับผม so it's not from photos you would get to touch the coffee you get to smell the coffee you get to see the coffee you get to see oh decaf the dark one you know now you get 1 point because decaf is obviously dark coffee นะครับผมI will have Pacamara something else like Caturra Catimor some other variety that make it you know not so hard but very challenging นะครับ very challenging and very learning นะครับผมก็ต้องลองดูด้วยได้ไปอีก4แต้มแปลว่าเมื่อกี้ได้22บวก7เป็น29 29 points now นะครับ22บวก7 you get 29 points now this is the hard one defect sensory recognition อันนี้ที่เราบอกไปว่าที่ the one that we already shared to you guys like you will have coffee with defects like something like this let me see this is sample something no not here but the exam let me show you exam defect sensory recognition the exam is pretty much to have 5 cups in front of you of perfectly normal coffee and another 5 cups right next to the normal coffee normal coffee with defect added to it normal coffee with and then another one defect added so you can taste the normal coffee and compare to the defect coffee taste the normal coffee compared to the defect coffee นะครับ okay so that is very challenging one but this is the 21 point is very hard to get some people get only 10 points นะครับผม so let's say you get 10 points so you already get 39 that 39 that means you only need like you get 40 you only need like 20 points 20 points from the last exercise which is part number 5 part number 5 is a lot of work is an 2-hour work I think 2-hour work what you have to do is grading coffee part number 5 you have to grade these 2 coffee one coffee is 984 another coffee is 651 you take a long time to grade this coffee that you need to measure the total moisture okay the density of the coffee you need to check the defect of the blue coffee how many primary defect and what is it is it full black or partial black this is secondary what it is นะครับผม then you have to tell me the blue one is specialty or the red one is specialty นะครับ and then we will have a coffee that we will have to taste it later on this activity is pretty long we have to test on the sensory again that coffee which one do you think is the blue coffee which one do you think is the red coffee นะครับ we will explain that at the exam นะครับผม but it's a lot of work yeah look at all this number wow good นะครับผม so anyone else I think today is very long day ขอบคุณมากครับ and we are not finished yet we will continue some of the slide next week before we do exam นะครับผม I will see maybe we can arrange some of the exam way before ต้องขึ้นอยู่กับเวลาเราได้กี่โมงนะครับผมวันนี้มีใครมีคำถามอะไรไหมใครมีคำถามอะไรไหมครับถ้ายังไงเดี๋ยวฝากบอกซารีน่าด้วยนะครับผมซารีน่าไปก่อน okay yes go ahead Ken.
Sorry I'll try not to be long I know that everybody's tired just wanted to add something about the certifications and mostly the fair trade certification something you didn't mention is which is very important is the incentive it offers to the farmers beyond the minimum guaranteed price which is advance payments on the harvest and this is very reassuring and also enabling for the small farmers even the SMEs who sometimes do not need to recourse to credit, which is really disadvantageous in Laos. So, for example, to cover the labor cost or so on, it's a very incentive tool. And also in terms of trust building between the buyer and the suppliers, the farmers, as long as it's at least medium-term commercial partnership, there is some very positive emulation, you know, and co-development observed through fair trade. But once again, it really depends or rely on the goodwill of both parties. And even for direct trade, we can see that for the domestic market, some companies like Café Mongxiang really managed to help us to introduce some development dynamics because they personally know the farmers, they know they can rely on each other, they can learn from each other, and so on. So I think it would be interesting to try to upscale such kind of models elaborated locally, but on the international scale. Okay. That's something that should be maybe more considered by the ECA, which really focus on the downstream part of the supply chain. Yeah. Thank you.
We included into the CQI, that would be very helpful too.
Yes, I'm in touch with them as well.
That would be nice. So how does CQI system in Laos? I mean, they have facility there, right?
Not yet. They are trying to come here since before COVID, but they would like to contribute to the capacity building of coffee actors here. So far they've been partnering with one project financed by US Agriculture Department. But as soon as they can even establish a Q venue in Laos.
And just wonder, like, the one you're in touch with is in the American or are they?
Yes, in America.
Ah, okay. It's California.
And they're also contributing to raise the image of Lao coffee through competitions. That's the second edition this year. Yeah.
That'd be nice. Yeah. That's why I said they did mention a lot of about Lao coffee on 2 days ago on our meeting. So very good, promising progress that they are doing. มีใครเพิ่มเติมอะไรไหมครับผม For next week, facility is confirmed. ใช่ไหมพี่คำสอน ให้พี่คำสอน confirm. Say the last word for today. ให้พี่คำสอน say thank you กัน Mr. Sankam thank you แล้ว Mr. David and BB มาถ่ายรูปกัน the survival come on
The survival
come on oh you survived BB you still there hey and David I'm not sure
wow
hello David come back let's take a photo 1 2 3 hey see we have to be loud with him, you know. Good morning. Okay, say hi. 1 2 3 The survivor.
The survivor.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
มีอะไรเพิ่มเติมอยากให้พี่อาทิตย์หน้าทำอะไรบ้างก็ลองชี้แจงน่าจะครบกันหมดแล้วนะครับผมแต่ก็อยากจะบอกทุกคนไม่ต้องกังวลอย่างหนึ่งที่ผมอยากจะถามทุกคนดูว่าเราอยากจะเริ่มกี่โมงถ้าเราเริ่มเร็วได้ถ้าทุกคนสามารถเริ่มเร็วได้พี่คำสอนก็เริ่มได้ตั้งแต่ 9 โมงเลยมันจะมีเรื่องของดมกลิ่นนะที่เดวิดสามารถเอาชุดดมกลิ่นไปช่วยได้1ชุดถูกไหมก็จะช่วยกันแบ่งชุดในการดมกลิ่นในการฝึกก่อนแล้วก็ระหว่างนั้นมันจะมีแอคทิวิตี้ที่ซินดี้อาจจะเริ่มทำได้เลยก็ได้นะครับผมมันเป็นแค่ practice ซึ่งบางอย่างมันไม่ต้องรอผมนะครับบางอย่างมันไม่ต้องรอผมแต่ถ้ารอผมเดี๋ยวมันจะเย็นแบบ5 โมงเย็นแบบเนี้ยนะครับบางอย่างมาถึงปุ๊บสมมติ 9 โมงพี่ลุยกันเลยเนี่ยผมมาออนไลน์ตอน 10 โมง 11 โมงมันเริ่มคัพปิ้งไปแล้วเรามาดู result กันเลยนะครับผมอันนี้อาจจะเร็วกว่านะครับผมก็ลองดูเดี๋ยวผมจะลองคุยได้บางอย่างมันทำได้เลยก็ให้เขาทำไปเลยเช่น practical ในการร่อนกาแฟในการฝึกเนี่ยมันจะมี practice ให้ทำก่อนก็ได้นะครับผมโอเค นั่นแหละก็เดี๋ยวไปลองปรึกษากันดู What is your plan to start next week อะที่ practice อะ
P coffee right
ดีคาเฟ่นะ
Tea coffee pie
เราจะ
coffee
เราว่าจะเริ่มกันประมาณกี่โมงครับที่เราวางแผนไว้
ก็ตามแผนก็ว่า11 โมงแต่ว่าถ้าเราตกลงกันแล้วก็แจ้งสถานที่นะได้
ครับลองดูก็ได้นะครับผมอันนี้เอาที่สะดวกแล้วกันนะครับผมเพราะว่าเราจะได้ฝึกได้เร็วขึ้นนะครับผมโดยเฉพาะเรื่องของการดมกลิ่นเนี่ยมันเป็นอะไรที่สอบยากดมกลิ่นเนี่ยจะให้ทุกคนซ้อมตั้งแต่วันแรกแล้วก็สอบวันสุดท้ายอยู่แล้วนะครับผมอะไรหลายๆอย่างที่มันต้องฝึกก่อนมันจะได้สอบวันสุดท้ายก็ไม่ต้องกังวลนะว่าจะดมวันนี้แล้วพรุ่งนี้สอบไม่ใช่อย่างนั้นนะมันก็ดมแล้วก็ค่อยฝึกไปมันมีเวลาให้ฝึก4 วันนะครับ
ผมว่าเราเปิดโอเพนไว้ก็แล้วกันเพราะว่าถ้าใครสะดวกก็มาฝึกไว้ก่อนเลย
ใช่
หลายตัวที่ฝึกได้ถ้าใครไม่สะดวกก็มาเริ่ม11 โมงได้แต่เอาเปิดไว้อย่างนั้นดีกว่าเพราะบางคนก็อาจจะติดธุระส่วนตัวหรือว่าธุระออฟฟิศอะไรจะเคลียร์ก่อน11 โมงแล้วค่อยเข้าไปทำไงอาจารย์ถ้าใครว่างก็เข้าไปฝึกเริ่มก่อนได้ผมว่าเปิดไว้อย่างนี้ดีกว่า
ดี How is it โอเค
โดยถ้าตัวอย่างเปิดแล้วมันเริ่มจากโมงเลย
น่าจะ9 โมงเริ่ม9 โมงได้จ้ะ
อย่างนี้ได้ว่า9 โมงสตาร์ทคันไผ่ทันก็ไป9 โมงคันบ่ทันก็เป็นช่วง11 โมงเนาะ
แม่น
ได้ครับไม่มีปัญหา
โอเคบอยคำสอนแนวนั้น
มันก็ขึ้นกับปนาตกลงกับห่างกันเดี๋ยวตัวกับสถานที่
แม่นเขาก็ต้องแจ้งโครงการ
เพราะว่ามือวันจันทร์ตอนบ่ายเนาะเดี๋ยวผมจะติดต่อกับคุณโอตืมหรือว่าคำบอนเนาะที่จะเอาเครื่องผู้ใดอยากเอาเครื่องไปก้อนนะแม่นเอาไปวันจันทร์ก็ได้เพราะว่าวันจันทร์คือว่าประมาณ 2-3 โมงนี่แหละ 2-3 โมงบ่ายจะไปห้านครับจะเป็นเกี่ยมสถานที่กับซินดี้แล้วก็เบิกรายละเอียดไว้พอเจ้าเครื่องไว้เลยหรือว่าคุณโอบอกถ้าว่ามีเครื่องจะเอามาไว้ก่อนก็ได้หรือเอามาวันคานเลยก็ได้
น้องก็สิเข้าไปน้องประมาณวันจันทร์ประมาณ 2-3 โมงแล้วสิเอาเครื่องแพนบี้นี่ไปสต็อกไว้เลยถ้าวงนี้ก็เป็นไซต์ตรงนี้เนาะ
โอเคโอ้เอาเครื่องแท้มาห่อก็มีได้อาจารย์
เอามาโลด
สำหรับวันจันทร์นัดกัน3 โมงเนาะบ่าย 3 โมงผู้ใดสะดวกเข้าไปก็เข้าไปไปเกี่ยมร่วมกันเนาะสำหรับมือวันคารมือเริ่มฮะกับเอกภาพกับคืออาจารย์แสงคำว่าผู้ใดสะดวกไป9 โมงก็ไปเนาะแต่ว่าเริ่มออฟฟิเชียลแท้ๆเขาก็เริ่ม11 โมงเนาะเพราะว่ามือวันคารมันได้นัดกันทางโครงการทั้งอย่างเพราะโครงการไม่อย่างเพิ่นก็สิเข้าไปเลยหลังจากหันมือวันพุธพฤหัสศุกร์เขาจะค่อยว่ากันว่าเขาจะเริ่ม9 โมงพร้อมกันเปิดปอหรือว่า10 โมงเนาะอันนั้นเขาจะค่อยลบกันตื่นเนาะคิดว่าเอาแบบสั้น
โอเคเห็นดี
นะครับได้เลย
มีหลายคำถามอยู่อาจารย์นะแต่ว่าจะถามเวลาเราเฮ็ด practical นะ
ได้ครับผมอย่างหนึ่งที่ผมจะบอกว่าเดวิดที่ต้องทำนะเดวิดห้ามดมกลิ่นผิดนะ you are the brand ambassador นะเดวิดต้อง36
ขอมานะโทษอาจารย์
ครับ
ห้ามฉีดน้ำหอมห้ามใส่น้ำหอมมากกันไปอันที่ห้ามเลย
โลชั่นกับน้ำหอม
โลชั่นน้ำหอม
เลยอาบน้ำ
ผู้ใดซ้ำอ่างแน่บ่ใส่เครื่องซ้ำอ่างเนาะมื้อนั้นเนาะบี
ได้สุนาผมไปยังที่ได้สุนา
อันเดียวแหละ
โอเคขอบคุณครับ
โอเค
ถ้างั้นวันนี้เรียบร้อย
ครับ
เดี๋ยวผมจะเซฟวิดีโอแล้วก็อัพขึ้นไปแชร์ทุกคนอีกรอบนึงนะครับ
โอเคครับ Have a nice weekend
ขอบคุณนะ Have a nice weekend guys
wonderful weekend
see you on Tuesday
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
บายดี
บาย